Get that going. You need to go next one.
Yeah.
Good, yourself? Alright, going well?
Yeah.
Having a roll?
Yeah, I'm sitting on top of the floor open.
Smashing it. What are you on?
Okay, guys, while I'm getting some updated results, Dina Bucks is going to sit here and talk to you about the lanes and what's been happening out there.
You're on TV now.
No.
No, you're not. You're on microphone now. It's like radio. I've already been talking to him. How do you work out how many people are listening to you?
Nah.
On the single. Well, Briar's trying it pretty good there on lane 1.
Okay.
He's got a good read on the pattern. Bit of a local dark horse, or local dark horse, a favourite, I'd say.
Missed that speed. Unlucky.
He really 3 and 4.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you can see what the roof there. Don't mind us.
We're just talking about lane 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's a pretty serious handicap
Trying to get
here.
your attention.
You want to be on TV? Oh, wow. I'm not going to be able to do that.
I did that last Saturday in the singles.
Good work. It's tough. Getting 600, I haven't bowled 600 yet. It's a real challenge. And I've been throwing the ball pretty good. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Then you can grind something out.
Actually, a pretty good field for tomorrow.
So your last squad gave you an extra 40 pins or something. Well, what you had on the sheet before we started that last squad, it's added an extra 40 pins. Oh, they can hear us.
The microphone's on.
Oh, okay.
Sit down.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, we're talking to everybody. So we're giving a bit of a rundown of what's going on here.
Let's see who we got up there. Is that Nathan?
We've been talking about the equipment. What were you throwing today?
Today, mostly the Game Breaker 2 MVP.
Oh, for those that don't know, this is Andy McGill.
Cubic AMF starter.
Yeah, one of them. AMF.
Through the Momentum
not
HST.
AMF anymore, is it?
No, it's just Cubica.
Ebonite
Well, Cubic AMF, yeah. But yeah, through the Game Breaker 2 MVP and the Momentum and the Warrior most of the day today.
Do you find it very hard to get a consistent read?
Very. It was on the fresh was great. I got a great look on the fresh, but once transition hits, it gets real tricky. Real tricky.
It makes it very difficult. There's sort of like 3 games there. You've just got to try and bide your time. Try not to make too many mistakes, and then
make your spares, which I did pretty poorly today.
Yeah, and then take advantage. Yeah, I threw the spare ball great, but I had too many splits. Too many splits that killed me. But I could have made them 9s. I probably would have. I would have been close to the card, but
count is very important on a pattern like this.
Yeah, I was losing 20 to 30 a game just through throwing the ball.
Splits. Yeah.
I'd just been too aggressive with ball choice. As we were saying to Simon before, it was all about just picking a ball, getting the right ball, and then just trying to stick with it as long as you could.
Well, for the most part here, surface is key. I've used gear with not ultra aggressive surface, but surface.
No.
You know,
enough to get it to sort of blend it out a bit.
It wasn't until I got to like game 3 of the 4-man teams that I needed to switch to a pearl. Before that, all day, it's solid cover stocks have been the go because it can be a bit under if you try to use other stuff. And yeah,
same as if you get left, you try and move too far in too early, it just it doesn't read the pattern properly.
Yeah. But it changes fast. So I found I was starting straight up 10 early on. And within a few frames, I'd have to make a little adjustment. By the end of that game, I'm through 20. Yeah, I've moved 10 balls, but that's how fast it was changing every couple of frames.
Yeah, but then you get to that point, and then the lane seems to push down a bit, and you've got to move back again.
A little,
You end up back in the transition area.
But that doesn't last long before you start moving left again.
Before you move left again, Got some pretty talented kids here.
Yeah, I was watching a couple of them.
Pretty good.
Yeah. I think they also don't know how lucky they are that getting to bowl on conditions like this and learn here,
Well, it's not only that. You've got people here who are supporting
That's
junior
right.
bowling.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
That's a big thing. It's been lacking in bowling in Australia.
That's what we need. We need the grassroots.
Yeah. Well, that's right. We're actually running out of bowlers.
We are. Yeah. At the rate we're going, 10 years time, there'll be no.
Hey, you okay, champ? You alright?
There'll be no one bowling bugger all, you know. And if AMF are going the way they're going and turning
right,
things
mate?
into string machines,
You good? Okay.
that's going to be an even worse
Yeah,
scenario.
I think that'll come down to. Well, they may not care about TVA sanctioning.
No, they won't.
Of
If
the
they,
machines.
they're making Castle Hill string machine, that's already to go ahead. Most of them are going to do it. They won't do Rudy Hill because Rudy Hill RSL own that whole
Oh, okay, so
AMF lease off them. So Rudy Hill won't. I don't think won't let that happen.
will that happen?
Push comes to shove. I dare say Rudy Hill will say, "Well, we'll see you later. AMF will get an independence to run."
Seeing as that we follow the USBC in pretty much everything we do, it'll come down to whether the USBC decides to sanction string machines or not.
I can't see it happening because they haven't done it in the States.
That's right, and that's
You know,
if they don't do it there, they're not going to do it.
They won't do it here because we just don't have the population here. But
I haven't bowled string machines, but I'd be interested to see how much it affects pin carry and the pins roll around and big messengers and stuff.
yeah,
like that.
you don't get as many messengers.
No, well, you think it's got to have some sort of effect to slow it would actually slow the pins down.
Yeah. But and I can see AMF or Macquarie's logic behind it is they don't need mechanics if they've got string machines because the person behind the counter can go down, turn the machine off, and untangle if they get tangled.
Yeah, but
There's no other moving parts.
yeah,
You know?
yeah, but you know,
I'm telling you, that's their logic.
that's their logic.
That's
yeah.
their logic. They want to not have to pay 3 or 4 mechanics in every centre.
They're just like the HBL lanes were going to last 99 years. that was what they said when they put them in. These last 99-year guarantee on it. 15 years later, they're toast.
That was Ragnarok, wasn't it?
Oh, they got Brunswick's there, but yeah, AMF didn't look after it. You needed oil on to protect them, and they didn't. So yeah, it makes it very difficult.
Yeah, AMF or Macquarie don't seem to realise that, and they don't seem to realise that league bowlers are their bread and butter. Yeah, they can make a lot of money on birthday parties and corporates.
Yeah, so
But you don't have birthday parties in the corporates.
Anyway, just in case someone is listening, at the moment it appears Piper on lane 2 would be leading with a 133 handicap and a couple of spares in the first 6 frames, so you're going to make it very hard for anyone to catch up.
Well, actually, although Lachlan with 107 on lane 1, he's 185 already in the 6th.
Oh yeah, 170 as well. 184 there in the 6th as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, there's some big handicaps, but these are very young kids too, so yeah.
I'm sure the handicaps are genuine numbers.
Definitely,
I'm not saying that they don't
Oh, not at all.
fudging it or anything.
But they are, these kids are learning, and they're learning.
Unfortunately for the bowlers that
learning
have
well.
established their averages on a house shot, it's now.
That's we are.
We're doing it now. Why, you want to join us, Paulie?
Oh, will in a bit.
That was Paul Delaney. You might stop by the booth a little later on.
The booth. We need a booth. We have lane 2, if you can see that, with President Shul.
Briar Byatt.
Yeah, Briar Byatt throws it very nicely. Actually won an event up in Canberra, in my hometown at Belconnen. Probably about 2 or 3 months ago. Yeah,
That's it.
Won the final throwing a sumo.
Wow, what
A ball that was older than
was
him.
that? The local championships or something?
No, it was one that Michael Craig organised.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, it was a Roto Grip sponsored a World Cup
okay.
event, so it was a round robin type
yeah, I
thing.
remember those
Yes.
things. Yeah. And Briar won one.
Yep, he won.
Well done. Because I got to say, the first time I met Briar, I could tell the kid had form, and it was about 4 years ago now, and I haven't seen him in about 2 years.
I'm going to go involved.
And he's awesome now. Good luck, Chris.
Thanks, Andy. Enjoy talking to the world or watching.
Okay, guys, we are running our last eight squad for the open marks tomorrow, so if anyone wanted to jump in on that squad, please let us know now. We'll be saying that in about 5 minutes' time.
What's that? Yeah, so a list certainly have, mate. I'll find that standing list.
That was me.
What's that? Oh.
Graded.
Yes, we'll start them up on those lanes over there at 6 o'clock. We've got 6:15. So those going to race through that squad there. Then you guys will jump. We have 6 lanes to go start off.
Right, mate.
Any more team sessions?
No more team sessions. You want to jump in for another singles?
No. No, fuck.
Yeah, okay.
I was just asking. No, I was just asking to see if I could get a squad up like City. Take Tony Dedge personally.
Oh, okay. I can print those out tomorrow and have it for you here Monday, mate. I can print all your scores that you fold today and have it for you on Monday.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yep, no problem, mate. No problem at all. I've got 3 at the moment going, but I put the scoring, one scoring for the final, so like for the step ladder final. So I've got
It is streaming.
streaming live on YouTube now. So yeah, you can jump on and watch this at YouTube.
So what about I might get the address. Are you doing the same for the open?
Yes. So if you go to YouTube and you go Wodonga Tenpin, you'll see a 2016 Championship Master Finals. Then you can find us there, and as you can watch.
Text me so I'll let him watch it because his mum won't be able to do it.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Maybe the trip they gave him the other night worked. He didn't play that good last night. I think he was still a bit. Oh, wow. You won, Lockie.
Yeah, you going, Sean?
Yeah, good mate, good. Yourself?
Back on one.
The Lockie's off to a good start.
Yes. He's better than he was the other day.
Yeah, it's good to see.
So when you come up to
The open master's 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We start bowling, so there'll be a bit of warm up prior to, and then the graded masters will be on at about 6:30 tonight.
When's the last session when I'm not in the open?
What's that?
The
The
last
last session's now, so yeah,
there's a singles.
that's a singles, yeah. So it's just an extra squad. Anyone can bowl and try and get that last score in for the masters.
And it's all events.
No, it's top 2 qualifying scores. So out of your 3 events you bowl, 4 events where you bowl, we take your top 2 scores, combine them, and that gives you your qualifying.
Okay, so I won't know until I'll know once I get to the
Yes, yep.
I'll know if I've actually got it.
That's correct, yes.
That's all. Okay.
We'll give you a call tonight if you made it. Yeah, it won't be long. They'll shoot you out there.
Well, you need to hurry up.
Crowd here today, mate.
It's been good, been really good. So it's been pretty busy all the way through the day.
Bad luck, one.
Where they've got the squad
I didn't.
Good game, Lachlan.
Just say just fight. Put the ball down and just flat. Love the ball down your ball. Shine it up. I'm not doing it. You need to do it. You have time to do it. Look at the spray all over me. You should be doing that.
Can you please tie me some rope? Can you please tie me some rope?
Alrighty, guys, if you want to make this your last one, we'll get you started.
Trade them for 4G. So we got 7 out of cup and 4. What's that? I'd say 220. 220.
470 over.
Yeah, but I can't do that. I'm not that good.
Three bolts in it.
Not yet.
Good price. Good chips. Like half the price of what they are at City.
Yeah, because what is it, a country?
Alright, guys.
Remember when you go to Ballarat?
Good luck.
Oh my god. This looks good. Where's Danny when I need it? For Ella. Need the Westgate Bridge.
That's all.
What?
Everything so you can make it here.
Where's the speakerphone?
It's in the crate.
That's up.
I didn't even have time to change my. See, it's beautiful. They
No, they've got to go on about say. Yeah, it won't be too far off.
They're more than over. So what kids are not bowling?
What's that?
Melbourne kids, what kids are not bowling?
Check it at the moment. Grade 1 bowling, grade 25. Yeah, it's too easy.
Can't believe Trinity said
It should be, yeah. Graded. Open. 20th. That's after 2 games. Well, yeah, that's what I'm just doing.
2, 4, and 8.
So it's just singles.
Just singles, yeah.
Oh, it's just so when you rang me up, you said the teams. Okay. No, it's on teams, no. So, how's it going? Good? Good. How's it going? Going well?
Yeah.
You are good. How's it going? No, I'm just going to get her on bed.
I'll be having tea in a minute. You can have your tea after bowling.
There's going to be a few of us doing that. I've got a thank you. What's it like? You probably get it, eh? But anyway, I've got a thank you. That's good. Be clean. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't Alex? Alex, yeah. Yeah, Alex and me, yeah. Yeah. That's good. It's always. Yeah. Well, there was that other one. Oh, no, we were he was on the ball with them. Yeah. Yeah. It might have been good. Yeah. Yeah. And I was on station about
No worries. I know. I wanted a Coke because you paid for it and left it on the counter. And left it on the counter. I gave you the tea.
How's it going, Liam, out there, mate?
Good.
You enjoying it?
Yeah.
How's new ball?
Good. Oh, walking.
Yep.
No, what?
Oh, okay. Moving a bit?
Yeah, what?
I just noticed that Line 3 didn't reset at all then.
Let's reset now. After a strike?
Hey?
After a strike.
No, after a spare. Him on the first ball.
Okay.
I was too slow to get up and say something.
I know you filmed that one the moment, mate.
Yeah, you've been here all day though, haven't you?
Yeah. Okay, mate, take it easy, right, mate.
That's pretty
How many people are watching?
Hello there. Three.
Feels alright? Yeah. Not too heavy? Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it.
Hey, Si! Ava's saving it. She's betting it. I don't declare that the form of that video is real. I swear it's fake or edited. Jump off a cliff. But you literally 51 pitch off average.
Yes, that was a safety car. Yes, safety car. So if you go straight up, turn right, turn left, go to where Red Rose is, turn right, go into the yellow hub. I think you stayed there last year. Yeah. Next one. Great. That's 280.
I'm going to go to bubble meat.
Did you see those last 3 frames? Yeah, just got to recreate that now, mate. Just wait until everyone else is finished. How'd you go? All right.
Yeah, I know.
Finish the board, bring it back on. No, it's not. Depends on what tip. So we're just nearing the end of the second game, so we'll have some updates on scores very shortly.
And then I'll leave a message saying thanks.
I don't mind the parents being getting around and supporting. It's a bit of a different feel. This level with the graded, it's good to see. Obviously, as the sport gets a bit more and they start taking it more seriously, then
Remember this up. Sorry. Only that one.
What the hell? Why did you say shut up? Why did you look that up?
It's on Alex's phone.
Hey, no, I was
And this is
What the hell? Why?
yeah. Only watching
Okay, guys, in about 10 minutes we'll get all the graded adult finals into the margin. So in about 10 minutes we'll get that organised and then we'll get you on the lanes up for practice and ready to start, guys. So in about 10 minutes we'll see you in the margin.
Please don't let him see it. I had a 101. I didn't leave the message.
Alrighty, Judy. You are right to start your third round. Good luck.
Something really small. Okay, time to go home.
You get caught, I get caught. Nah.
Okay, all the photo guys, we can have you in the margin, just go over the format for this evening. When you start across the margin, please.
Joseph, keep the concentration there because you're in the meeting. Just circle a little bit. Don't throw them wild. Just think about it.
Alrighty, bowlers, the graded masters, you're up from 7 to 12. Your lanes are now for 5 minutes warm up. And for anybody who hasn't fixed this up yet for the juniors or the graded masters, please come and see us at control. Thank you. Okay, guys, we do have the squads for the Open Masters, so everyone's up for the Open Masters lineup. Please come up and have a look. Okay, I don't think your name's on there, mate. I think I took it off altogether. Alright, guys, for the graded masters, you make this your last practice ball, and with your lanes over the first cycle, we shall start you up.
Where is Ocean?
something. Yep.
I don't know whether you're in.
Yeah, we're getting.
Sorry.
Okay, guys, you're ready now on to play. Good luck to you all.
Yeah, I know, but you need to try it. Just sort of dab it.
Get around. You have the scores, Chris, just up the bench. You're in comfortably, so. Yeah. Okay, after the second round of the Junior Restricted Masters, we have Joe Akhtar on leading with 455. Cherie Christ is coming second, with Lachlan Palm coming third. So it is fairly tight at the top end, but we've still another 4 games to go to decide where we sit. Shouldn't bowl buy any more volleyball, mate. If you worry about carrying them. Joe over here, he come through our school program. So he's only been buying for about 10 weeks, 12 weeks.
How are you going?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. How'd you go up there?
It said like you got a exciting today. I've still got 2 weeks.
Sure.
She paid cash. Cash is in there. We're still waiting on. They didn't pay. That's who paid you?
Yeah. Paul. Your room next. Your room big enough? Sure.
What do you mean room together?
No, your room big enough. Yeah. Okay, Toys.
We just want baby. Baby.
Oh, okay, Toys.
There's 2 bunks, double beds, so.
Yep.
But 7. Where's he down there still?
7. Go away, you guys. 770.
No, I didn't. I bought like 5.
We bowled 5, though.
I bought 5.
770. Yeah. Is that for 5 games? Or 4?
Pushing 5. I mean, you're pushing towards the 6.
Really? I don't think so. How'd you go then?
180, 180, 170.
Better than it was.
Yeah. Thank you.
You better bowl these tomorrow.
I will. Is that the updated thing? That's not updated.
Over there for the open one. Just missed out, might be good. If you went away and bowled great every time, you're never going to learn.
No, I just went to 16. So I was going 16. That's good. Because I let it go too soft. I just got to follow what's happening.
Jump food, Sam.
No, I'm right, mate. But you're the thing. Pretty sure it's on there, mate. There's August Awards. Just in the room over there, mate. Oh, cool. $10 to help yourself, mate.
That's a plan. What do you get my room?
Oh, what's on 130?
Fair enough,
So we have 8 lanes, 8 through to 12 now is our adult rated masters as well.
I'm on 85.
No.
Might get closer to the end.
They were, weren't
How we going, eh? You tired? You'll be right. Nice, go, good.
Is that for me as well, so you actually got over average?
Hang on, what's that smile there? Oh my god, that's the first one, eh? Just missed out, mate. That last squad hurt you. That's when Dina jumped up and. Did you say the night? Yeah. Come that morning. Yeah, just turn up. Just guess what. Yeah, up at the bottom. Yeah. Up at the bottom. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, turn up, just guess I'm turn up. I would be. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, that's right, yeah. What did you get? So we're just at the end of game 3 now, so it's just a bit of a delay in the changeover, but it won't be too long before the kids are back on and bowling.
She's a cannibal! Oh my god!
On the caramel thing.
Okay. Liam stole the last one. Where'd he go? There it is.
Hit the bell, mate. Bell. Everyone. Here Monday, mate. I got in Australia on Wednesday, but Australia Post as usual. Yeah, definitely here Monday, mate. It's in, like I said, it's in Australia.
Can I just sit
Go
here
just
and
straight
look
place
down?
down, so
Right,
way away.
Tracy, did you include your the last one?
No, I don't know. So you're supposed to be. Wait. Okay, after game 3 in the graded restricted masters in the juniors, Alex Watson's leading with 665, followed by Ava Milligan on 653, and Joe currently Joe El Akhtar Akhtar, I should say, is coming in at third on 652. We've got a little bit of movement there, so we should over the next couple of days next couple of games see a bit of a change in the standings.
Who's got a strike? No, don't watch and get a strike.
What happened, look?
Come on, get a double.
Yes, hook up. Beautiful. Yes.
Hey, Gertie. Gertie.
How many games going?
Oh, one more to go.
155. Be that low. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright.
It's alright.
Let's do information like this. Averaging 155. Let's go. Come on.
Probably better than me. Bloody hell, Trim.
It's good.
Oh, sure, you can do it.
They all come as well.
Oh, yeah. You never want to see a loser.
How's going, Trish?
I'm out.
Okay, guys, we're going into the fourth game in the juniors, and we're going into the third game in the adult graded masters as well. So we should have our updated scores in about 5 minutes.
We'll take over commentary.
You want to take in the commentary for a while, mate? Go for your life. What? Beck's quit on me.
Yeah, but no.
I was going to say, wait till you see
Her
me do.
media career is finished, Beck says.
Wait till you see me do karaoke. Wow. I don't drink, but when I do, that's what ends up happening. Oh, bit of an issue there. Oh. And spared the turn. That's going to be a tough spare without a head pin. Whoop. Water bottle's in the dirt.
They're doing that. Where you flick it around, try to land it, but like you flick it like that.
Oh, is that what happened? Okay. So how many games do we have to go? Just one?
We've got two after this, one after this game here. So
One after this game.
be interesting to see what happens with the younger juniors, whether they start to get a bit tired, and the older ones.
Pretty close, is it?
It's fairly close. I think we're supposed to update the scores now, so we'll have a bit of a clearer idea in about 5
saw a
minutes.
nice 2-7, or 18 over here.
7
Scratch.
strikes in a row
Yeah.
from Chase.
Fantastic.
And then young Nathan Riach on lane 3 at the moment. He had a 223 real.
Oh, wow.
Plus his handicap, so.
So you get, yeah, so 250, 252 over. Yeah.
So, be interested to see what happens. You know, the kids all had fun, which is good to see. You know, scores aren't really important when it gets to this stage and everyone enjoys himself.
That's it. And the lanes are actually, like, the lane pattern's holding up really well.
Look, I think with the juniors, they're a bit more down the centre, so I mean, you don't see the big variance of what you would after a 6-game block with adults. Good tyre in lane 2.
Hook. Reasonable technique. You got a really good junior program going here.
Oh, look, we put a lot of time in. We've been lucky enough. We've got a couple of volunteers from Nelson Hinsley and Doug Butler who come in and give us a hand. Without those guys, I think, every centre needs guys like that to give us a hand.
Exactly.
They volunteer their time for our school programs, and from our school programs, we're starting to get more and more juniors involved. So, in our current stock of juniors, we've got 6 regular full-time league bowlers from our school program within the last 6 months.
It's good for the sport. It's good for business. It's win-win for everyone.
Oh, look, yeah, having kids around the centre, that's your next line of bowlers.
That's right. You get them hooked and they'll bowl for the next 20 or 30 years, maybe longer than that.
Oh, look, and it's also a sport you can play from the age of 5 up to 75, up to 80, and even older.
Yeah, my 5-year-old daughter just took up bowling 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, no, it's good to see. I encourage the juniors, and at the centre here we do give a discounted rate for them as well. But we offer a lot of free training for them. They do have the luxury of Paul Delaney coming through, and we also get Eric Jane coming down too. So Eric is great with the juniors as well.
Yeah, he's been a coach for a very long time.
Yes.
A great bowler in his own right.
And Paul's made the finals tomorrow after a small comeback, so we'll see how his old body
He
handles.
better made it the way he was talking it up.
Got the 1 ball and 1 ball only, so we'll see how he competes tomorrow.
Yeah, drills 100 of them, only has one to bring for himself. There's no room in the car for anything else.
Like a builder, kind of. The house is always, renovation takes about 15 years. Yeah. Chase is on another good start over there after his 7 strikes in the last game. He's on 2 in a row. And just going to go close.
Just a little bit high.
Yeah.
Good follow through. Reese has a lot of potential.
Yeah.
You can go a long way.
Still a lot of years to develop, which is good to see. Yeah. I mean, it's good to see he made the trip up from Morwell as well. I mean,
yeah, it's a fair hike down there.
Oh, look, this year we've been lucky to see. We've been happy to see bowlers come from all around, Sydney and Melbourne and Morwell and places like that, even Canberra, where you're from, Chris. But look, it's even though it's a local championship, I think I'd rather see as many bowlers as I can possibly have in the centre.
It's good for showcasing the sport. And you've got your skins as well.
Yes.
Which gets a bit of media coverage, so it's very good.
Go bowl. Hurry up.
Just worry about your bowling at the moment. It's not worry about coaching, you go bowling. If you're bowling well, keep it as it is tonight.
Execution is key. If you can repeat it, do it. And there's a time and place for coaching, and in the middle of a tournament, it's not it. Just do what feels right.
And so after game 4, we've got Alex Watson in the lead with an 880. We've got Ava Milligan, who's moved up in the second spot with an 849. And we've got a little bit of a... Hang on, we better update these scores because we haven't quite rectified where they're sitting. So give me a sec, I'll get the correct scorers.
Get them sorted. Reese got that one just outside the track, and a lot of oil pushed to the outside now. It's gone through a few games. Or if you get it right, your target for the right-handers, it just sails on by the head end.
Okay, Chris, after a computer glitch, we have the correct standings now. So we've got Joe Elakar sitting on 899. We've got Alex Watson coming in second with an 880. Young Piper Rust, who's sitting on an 861, followed by Ava Milligan at 849. So within the top 6 to 7, we've got about a 60-pin difference. So next couple of days, next couple of games, that can be caught up quite comfortably.
Yeah, it's very tight, sort of from third place down. Oh, where to? Somewhere about 7th or 8th.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only 30 pins and it's changing the heartbeat. Young Piper, who's currently sitting in third, started this game with an 8 out, a 7 out, and an 8 spare. So she's looking good to continue her good form with 133 handicap. Anytime she can bowl a game in excess of 100, it's certainly going to move her up the leaderboard. But at the moment, with handicap, game score of approximately 215 is going to hold you in about the top 5, and 220 will get you up towards the lead. So, as I said, Piper with a 133, if she can bowl even 100, she'll certainly move up towards the top of the standings there. Can be a little bit difficult to follow with the handicaps, but we'll do our best to keep you updated as to people that are in contention for the step ladder and how they're travelling. I've got a small technical issue on lane 3, just getting rectified now. And for those of you that are interested in the technical side of what we're bowling on here, from my knowledge, it's an older HPL type surface with wooden approaches, and we're bowling on 8230 AMF machines, which many people are familiar from the 60s and 70s. Very early type machine. Extremely reliable though, still going in 2016 without too many hassles. We're also using the new Kegel Flex machine for the oiling patterns. And for interested out there, we're bowling on the pattern is the Kegel's
Tarapeza.
From their challenge series for the new Kegel Flex machine. 41 feet in length.
And about 3.27 to 1.
Yeah, about 3.2 to 1. So just short of sports compliance, which would be extremely difficult. This pattern is still very challenging.
It is, but it breaks down in a manner where it thinks you have a big shot inside, but you do go inside, you go in at a risk.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I just had a really good finish then bowling inside.
Yep.
On push lanes, but it was so there was a lot of striking and a lot of sixes.
A lot of small margin of error.
Yes, exactly right. Bowled pretty well. Actually, finally got some good execution and actually had the right ball in my hands. And I was able to use the same ball for all 3 games.
Speaking of ball they can use for a duration time is always a bonus.
Oh, definitely. Like I said earlier, I was changing balls too often, finding it very difficult to get a consistent reaction. I've actually narrowed it down to pretty much 2 balls that I'll be throwing tomorrow in the Masters. So,
simplicity the key.
Definitely. Make your spares. That's the big one when they're tough like this. Again, for those interested out there, I found success using a pin down symmetric motive primal rage which is a fairly strong ball, pearl cover stock. So pretty much what your average league bowler will see on a nightly basis. However, the layout allows the ball to roll a little bit earlier and control the back end of the lane a little smoother. And yes, that led to some very good scores compared to what has been bowled so far. Yeah, it's a very fine line out there at the moment between having enough control but still having enough hitting power in the ball to knock all the corners down. So it's a challenge that we're all facing, and hence some of the scores are a little lower than you would see on an average league. Yeah, just to put the batting into perspective, so for your average league bowl or league evening, you'd probably have somewhere between 5 and 6 balls to hit at the break point. Whereas on these patterns, particularly these 3 to 1 peggle patterns, you have about 3 boards to hit. So you're about 3 inches at about 45 feet away. It takes a great deal of skill to consistently get the ball to that area whilst maintaining the correct roll and angle and being able to repeat those shots. What makes bowling unique is that you can't see the playing field or how hard it is, or how easy it is by just looking at it.
It's more by feel.
Yeah, well, the PBA have introduced coloured oils on some of their telecasters. It still doesn't quite show just how difficult it can be. And there's other factors that come into it too, particularly
looking at lane surface.
Yeah, lane topography. Temperature's a big one. Humidity's another big one. Lots of stuff that you can't control.
Okay, so in the graded adults final, we have Johnny Walker sitting in number 1 spot after 2 games here with 485. We have Laura Vogel sitting in second with a 452, and Peter Dedrick rounding at the 3 with a 437. So it's still fairly tight there. I mean, anyone at the top, 6 or 7 at the moment, it's still early days, can possibly make a move very, very shortly.
And so the format for this one
is it's an 8-game straight, and that includes your scratch and handicap, and that will go into a top 3 step ladder final. So 2 and 3 will play off over a 2-game series with total pinfall, and they will win the right to play the number 1 seeded bowler after the 8 games. In the event that the number 1 bowler does lose, he does have the chance to re-challenge, and there's a very rare occurrence where they don't want to have another crack at it if they do lose the first one.
It'd be a bit silly to not have another go, wouldn't you? Unless
and also too, some people like their rest, some people don't like the rest. So it really comes down to what the bowler prefers to do.
Yep.
But I don't think anyone would bowl to come second in the 8-game roll-off.
No, that is correct. And the format is identical for tomorrow's
same as tomorrow.
Open Masters.
Yep. And there's no pin carry across either, so everyone starts fresh tomorrow.
Fresh from 0. Just starting to see a little bit of a struggle out there for some of the players as the lanes are starting to transition.
It is, and some of the bowlers are getting a bit tired, especially the younger ones. They're starting to get a bit more erratic where they're throwing the ball.
Yeah, some of the players here have also bowled their 9 games today.
Yeah, they did, yes.
So some big games there. Some people are going to be bowling 17 plus games in a day.
And we do have some of the juniors backing up tomorrow in the open final. So we have Reese from Morwell's backing up tomorrow, and also Briar have made the open men's, or the open finals, I should say. Yeah, so they back up tomorrow.
That's a big effort.
Yes,
for those guys. Wish them the best.
A lot of bowling over 2 days.
Yeah, certainly want a nice hot shower this evening. Try and get nice and relaxed and loose.
Younger bodies, they can do it.
Oh yes. Yeah, I remember those good old days. So we're seeing here the middle of the house or the whole house? Pretty much.
Yeah, the whole house. The middle camera catches, back to the majority of the house. So our finals lanes will be 3 and 4, and we will have a score that we can focus on the cameras in the finals as well. So everyone can get a real good clear picture of where the finals are going.
That's excellent. That certainly makes it a lot easier. It's very difficult sometimes to follow it on
Definitely.
online services. But online streaming is becoming very popular with the USB-C doing a lot of their stuff.
Yeah, and I mean,
in
it's,
America.
for us here, it's in our infancy here, so we're only learning about it as we go too. So the more we do it, the more we learn, and the more, how can you say, tech savvy we become.
Oh, that's it, and make it more interesting. And probably wouldn't be bad to get some feedback from the listeners out there as to what they'd like to hear about.
Yeah.
Any questions? Do you have a chat feed on this?
We will have a chat feed coming soon. With the Emerson Shield.
Hold that thought, people.
But like I said, it's something we want to look into.
Yes, and there's certainly software available.
Oh, definitely, yep.
So it's just a cost benefit, I suppose, as well.
Look, the cost benefits for the live streaming we found is extremely cheap. I mean,
it's just getting the software itself, I suppose, is the main cost, and the cameras, obviously.
Well, the cameras, I like to say they're cheap. You can go to Optiworks and buy a decent webcam camera that can do the job. And I think if we want the sport to be out there a bit more, we need to start putting in people's eyes.
Exactly right. Media coverage of Tenpin bowling has been lacking in Australia for quite a number of years now. And it's been very hard to get a foothold, even with Jason Belmonte being the #1 ranked player in the world for years, 3 or 4 years straight. And he did manage to get some media coverage, but not as much as you'd expect.
I mean, he should have got a lot more. I mean,
that's right.
Sportsman of the Year, I think 3 times. I think with the ESPRI Awards
and the ESPRI Awards. Yeah, what he achieved in bowling in such a short period of time was phenomenal. And he certainly revolutionised bowling with his two-handed style and gained massive popularity.
Oh, definitely. And now it's just been fine-tuned a bit more. I mean,
there's two-handed bowlers appearing everywhere.
Jesper from winning titles left, right, and centre now. He's in Thailand. He beat Australian Sam Cooley in the final, which was a close final, which is good to see.
Yes, Sam Cooley's on the verge of his first PBA title.
Yeah, Sam was close and just missed out.
I know. I actually know Sam fairly well, and we were having a good chat. He's been making some changes to his game.
I think he's been playing a lot with his pitches and things like that.
Yeah, some pitches, and he's also the angle at which he gets the ball from his top of his backswing into his swing, and it's made him much more consistent.
6 on 1. 6 on 1.
Oh, okay, just 6 only.
Yeah, so I wish Sam all the best in his ventures overseas and capturing his first of what I'm sure will be many PBA titles. Jason Belmonte also finished 5th in that event, which was the PBA World Bowling Tour Thailand Open, which was contested this week. And for those older folk that are listening and that have been bowling for a number of years, you're happy to hear that the final was contested by both bowlers with urethane-only equipment. No reactive balls were used. With Jesper Svensson proceeding to take the title home. I have to say that I've never seen Jesper bowl anything other than a urethane ball. He is a left-handed player. He uses no thumb in the ball and develops an extremely strong ball roll without covering a lot of territory on the lane. He's extremely hard to beat when given enough friction for the ball to work. Yeah, so there's a bit of a lull in the action here at the moment. As I said, some of the players are just going through the motions a little, getting a little tired. I'm expected to pick that up again very soon. Right, White is having a good game here. He's 107 or +7 in the 5th frame. Now looking at a decent 200 game here, which should move him up the standings if he can finish it out. He just managed to convert a spare in the 7th frame. So that will continue to keep him above 200 pace by 7 pins going into the 8th frame. Chase Butler we have over on lane 5 is has a nice finish with a spare in the 9th and a double in the 10th. He's looking to punch out the last shot here for a 166 game. With his 68 handicap, will put him into the possibility of a 234 game with handicap, and that's enough to make sure you move forward on the leaderboard. So we also have the current leader, Joseph, is already he's got a strike up in the 10th frame, and he currently has 233 with handicap already established there. So a good count there will put him in the 240s and will cement his place at the top of the leaderboard in the junior section.
I just can't quite see far enough down the lane to see how the adults are going, but we'll cover them a bit more once we get through the finals of the juniors.
Yeah, it's a bit far. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be, even with my glasses on. Oh, and Joseph just makes a very nice spare in the 10th frame there. And he's ended up with 243 with handicap for that game. As I said, we'll most likely see him actually extend his lead at the top of the leaderboard. But we'll confirm that once we get through.
Yeah, I can't see too many bowlers on pace at the moment to really match that.
Chase Butler's looking at about possible 234 there. But yeah, that's still only losing 9 pins.
I think Chase is fraction down the standings because of. Chase is sitting in
Chase is in that
spot.
group of the really tight group. So the 234 possible with handicap will certainly
Also
do his chances no harm whatsoever.
And also in that group we do have Gertie Balba. She's one of our newer bowlers who comes from the school program.
Yeah,
So
she said that she's been bowling for a matter of weeks.
she's been bowling for about probably 5 weeks. So
5 weeks, and yeah, she's
bit of a natural talent.
Yeah, so I was going to say she shows a lot of natural flair and ability.
Of course, the lefties always help.
It's a different game over that side. But yeah, that's it. Some days it's the left side that plays better, and some days it's the right.
That's exactly right. And they've still got to hit the mark and be accurate.
What goes around comes around. But there's nothing wrong with having a bit of a stoush at the left.
Oh, I know.
I'm not going to.
It's like the old state of origin. You go a bit of a.
That's it. I'm not going to hold against anybody if they want to have a go. I'm at the left side. Young Piper here. Looks like she's going to make a spare. Yeah. So she's been struggling a little the last few frames, but that non-spare will certainly move her forward. With such a large handicap, as I said, if she can get herself somewhere near that 100 zone, she's making progress the whole time.
Ava is sitting in 3rd spot at the moment, and she's. Have a look at the score. I can't quite see at the moment.
She's having a good time. That's the main thing.
No pressure at that age.
Yeah, no pressure. You've got to enjoy yourself. That's the whole point of the exercise.
They throw the ball down. If they hit pins, they're happy.
Yep, that's it. That's pretty close. Right down the middle. Ooh, just left the 5 pin behind. That gives her 89 through the 9th, 8th frame or 9th? I think it's the 9th frame. Yeah, she's 89 through the 9th, giving 184 total. Little frame to play. How's Tyrone over here going?
Tyrone's sitting in 6th at the moment, 7th at the moment.
I like Tyrone's technique of trying to get the ball to turn. Yeah, following in my footsteps, I might say.
Give him a couple of years, he'll have quite a bit of power and a bit of hook about him.
Yeah, he actually has the idea. He's got a reasonable technique to him. Well, obviously, how old will he be? 7 or 8?
I think he's 9.
He's 9,
it is,
okay. Yeah, he's got a lot of growing to go. Thank you. On lane 1.
Nathan ends up with a 7-10 split on lane 9.
Ouch. A good spare there by Breyer, taking up the 2-8. A bit tricky crossing the lane today.
You do it at your own risk.
That's correct. You have to hook that spare to have a chance to make it. Although you can shoot it with a plastic ball, but you your area is greatly diminished, that you have to hit. But he did it just right there. He managed to push them both straight back. See what Piper can do here on the spare. Oh, that's pretty good.
Trying a good shot there,
Yeah,
actually.
right in the middle.
The curse of the light ball.
Yes, I was going to say, it looks like my daughter's ball hit the pins. They got a little 6-pound maximum, and it's
Never a good when two or three of the pins weigh the way of the ball.
it looks fantastic till it hits them. But we're going to start somewhere, and you got to do what doesn't hurt you, you don't injure yourself. But
You may not be able to hit any balls in there because Franco's got his
over
bowling
200
balls there.
already with a handicap. They're going to miss that. So she's 207 with a frame to play. So she'll be looking at a 210 to a 220 if she can get a spare.
And she's Piper's sitting in third spot at the moment, so that will keep her consolidated in that area.
Yeah, Briar threw a pretty good shot there.
Just didn't get the carry.
Yeah, ball laboured a little, just a little bit late in its move to back to the pocket. But on this condition, that's a good shot. Like you're not really going to make an adjustment from that because there's not that much room to move to. On a league night, yes, you'd probably make an adjustment if you've got a bit more room to play with. But on these tougher patches, particularly when they've gone through a transition here, push the spare there. That won't help his scores. But 202 from Briar at the end of that game. The right hander's best friend or worst friend, depending on how you look at it.
And it's actually good to see. I mean, a lot of scratch bowls or near scratch bowls in the juniors are very hesitant to bowl with the greater kids. It's actually good to see
I think it's a great idea.
It's actually good to see that you have your better bowlers like your Reese and your Bryce and even Rebecca Kamain who come up. And unfortunately, she struggled with the conditions, but she was more than happy to give it a real good shot at the grade division, which is good to see.
Yeah, it's good to see such a strong contingent of the adult bowlers for the Open tomorrow, still in the bowling alley, watching and supporting them. It just gives a good atmosphere for the kids.
I mean, they are mentors and role models for the kids. So even the older juniors, I mean, the kids all look up to him and they love bowling with them and against them. So I think
where they aspire to be. And sometimes when they see the adults bowl, I think it's a step too far. Whereas seeing kids that aren't that much older than them or that much different in ability, and they can see themselves being moulded into those shapes and see what they do. Like President Shield, are you part of the Victorian Emerson Shield?
We're Emerson, yes. Yeah, we've got Emerson here in a couple of weeks' time.
Emerson Shield. So you have, so those sort of teams certainly encourages bowlers to participate.
But also, too, I mean, we need more of the bowlers that have come up here, the scratch bowlers and the better juniors coming up here with the juniors. We need those kind of people coming out to the country. They are the role models. They are what the younger ones look up to and want to be. So I take my hat off to those kids that come out and want to compete here and do it. A lot of, like I said, I've seen a lot of bowlers who refuse to do it. And kind of what it does is it shows that they're putting back in the sport that's put into them.
Unfortunately, there is at times sometimes there are bowlers out there that do think they're bigger than the game and that they don't know how to put back in, and that's it's a bit sad in a way. But for those that do support it, well, I say thank you because it's the future of the sport. Like it is. Without the juniors, we don't have anything. So Piper finished up with 213 that game, which should keep her pretty much in the top three or just outside. Once we get an updated sheet, we'll let you know. Not many other scores of note in the juniors there. It was a big game in the adult graded section though, with Trish Milligan. I think my eyes are working. She's 220 scratch game for a 268 with handicap, which will make a big difference to her positioning on the leaderboard. Again, once we get an updated sheet, we'll let you know where everybody is sitting. It's great to see such a strong turnout for a junior event. Even though we are out in country Victoria, this is a better turnout than most of the city tournaments get. It just shows the dedication that Simon and his team here have to bowling and how he can bring people together and provide a future for bowling, which of late has been struggling with a lack of direction, and particularly the AMF centres with their focus on family entertainment rather than actual building on treating bowling as a sport. That's their business model. That's the way that is, and I understand why they do that. But it's a little bit sad to see the sport suffer due to financial reasons rather than just not people being interested. There's plenty of interest out there, but you need to go and harness that and get people to come into the bowling alley so that they can be recruited into these junior programs and lead to the formation of these junior teams. The President's Shield, which is the national competition for the elite junior bowlers, has been struggling a little over the last few years to just get enough interest for people to bowl, which is a very sad state of affairs. The tournament has a healthy bit of prestige attached to it, but as I said, you have one more game to go.
I like the suffering, yeah.
And whereabouts are you sitting?
You want to guess?
You're not going to say last, are you?
Might as well. Wait, where's 5? Is it game 5 anyway? You have to have game 5 somewhere.
No, Simon's got the sheets.
What's that?
2.
Let's try out.
Qualifying.
What's under there?
There are qualifying sheets. So,
Okay, guys, the roll-up was over 5 games, so we just had a bit of a computer error there. So
that is it.
We can tell you who will be in the step ladder final, so if you bear with us,
Okay, that is the...
and then we will get the step ladder final started.
All right, for all those still watching out there, this is the... that was the conclusion of qualifying. Wasn't aware, we thought there was one more game to go, so... we'll have a sheet very shortly, and we'll announce the top 3, and who will be progressing through to our step ladder match, which will be the best of 2 game total, second versus third qualifier, with the winner of that match progressing to the final against the top qualifier, which will be a 2 game match, total pinfall to determine the winner. Should the top qualifier lose that first match, they have the right of a re-challenge.
Bam.
And we'll be able to have a basically second bite at the cherry to win, and it will be again another 2 game match should that occur.
The cherry. Love you,
Oh, I'm old, mate.
Let's go bowling.
Not unless you're in the finals.
So how do you find the lanes then?
Very hard. Very hard.
So notice your ball reaction, every time you got the ball a little bit out to the right there, once they burnt up in the middle, you mostly send a postcard when it came back from its trip. It was going a long way to the right, it wasn't coming back. Yes, it's a bit tricky once they break down like that. So I'm not sure what the answer is. I managed to figure I had a good block just previously, so that was. But I don't know whether that'll work tomorrow. We'll find out, won't we?
Hopefully I'll bowl better. Good.
Brandon started
They've just got a bit of a lull in the action at the moment whilst we do the scores and announce who the top 3 are.
Oh my god! That was on!
Yes. Yes. This is a PG rated program.
Come back to smack. Versus Shaco. Try and average higher than
Okay, guys, the first step ladder final will be between Chase Butler and Alex Watson. So those guys can make their way through to lane 3. We'll get the final started very shortly. Now the final is over 2 games with total win for the winner. And number 1 ranked bowler after the 5 games is Joseph El Akkar. So Joseph, you have the pleasure of watching and see who's going to play you, mate.
Well done, Joseph. Top qualifying.
How's that handicap show?
Joseph is copying a bit of a ribbing here from his fellow competitors. I don't think he was aware that he was leading.
So you still gonna argue with that handicap now? Handshake, big boy.
Good to see the sledging starting young. So we have Alex and Chase, who shall be playing the first match here on lanes 3 and 4.
Now?
Bit of a refresh issue.
Yeah.
We're doing single lane or cross lane?
We're on the single lane up there.
Yeah, both lanes on the street. Is there anywhere I can put my balls for?
Just throwing in the room up there, mate.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I think I'm good. I think I'm good.
Back off, son. Back off. Get off. Get the man some space.
It's just too scared to say it.
We're just trying to get the scores up here, Chris, and as always, there's always a bit of a technical issue.
Always. Goes without saying, doesn't it? Works perfectly until you need it. Yes, the camera that had the scores on it appears to have frozen, so we're just going to reboot it. And hopefully we'll be able to get the scoring panel up. Yes, there we go. Spot on. We have the scores. Taxi. Someone's getting a little excited with the equipment there. Pretty cool bit of software.
Yeah, the software I'm really happy with it. It's if I can operate, it's almost idiot-proof. So that's always a bonus for me.
I won't say too much. I used to run my own little IT business. So I should know what I'm doing. But yeah, that's actually quite good.
So we will have the scores up and now watching so people can actually see them and follow the bowlers as they go through the games.
And we're just still waiting.
Just waiting. I think we're almost ready to go.
We're just ready to go. Just going to have a little short rest break for the players before
we get into the finals.
Yes. Will we go straight into the finals, or will they practice at all, or have a couple of shots?
I think they'll go straight in the finals. I think they've I think they've found their lines now. So we haven't re-oiled, so the guys can just continue on what they're throwing.
Excellent. No delay. That's what we like to see, especially as it's getting a little. What are we up to?
A little bit late for the kids, yeah.
Yeah, 8:20. Certainly going to be a late night for the graded adult by the time we get through the step ladder.
Yeah, I reckon. What time is it? It's probably going to be around about probably 10:30.
About 10:30, yeah, a couple of hours.
We want to see probably a couple of quick games in the finals.
So we can all go home, get minimal sleep, and come back and do it all again tomorrow. The life of travelling bowlers. My wife always tells me that I'm so lucky because I get to go all over the countryside and to different states and capital cities. And all she doesn't realise is all I get to see is the inside of a bowling alley and a motel.
You don't see much.
Back to the motel and then back home. Try and get back to work for Monday. So, look, I'm not going to complain about it. It certainly gets me out of the house, and I really enjoy the competition.
If you enjoy doing it, it's great.
And just meeting people and socialising is also.
Let's go find Chase and we can get going. Chase, you ready to go, mate?
So we have Chase Butler playing against Alex Watson here in the first step ladder match. Qualifiers numbers 2 and 3. This will be a best of 2 game match with total pinfall from the 2 games, including their handicap for each game. Will determine the winner. So we have Chase here who has 68 handicap each game, and Alex with 130, giving Alex a 62 pin head start each game. So we have Chase up here first on lane number 2. And a little bit left to target. He's left himself a relatively easy spare in the 1-3. Just got to be careful of not chopping the head pin off this spare.
Something I do regularly.
Yeah, it can be a little bit tricky, particularly when you're not 100% certain on your ball reaction down the lane. Straighter is probably always greater on this, but he's so hooked this one. And he's made it comfortable. That was an excellent shot. Yep.
So I'll be throwing Nathan out the door if we've got to get to lead. So
we have
more travel safety.
Young Alex Watson up here on lane number 3.
Going over the Street Bridge. A little
bit to the left, this one. Might get a pin. No. Unfortunately, started off with a miss.
Just for nobody coming.
Plays up himself a relatively easy spare compared to some of the splits of the scene.
Thank you very much for coming down.
Hopefully Alex can get this one down the middle. Give himself a chance of making the spare. Unfortunately, Alex has missed again, so a score of nothing in the first frame. Maybe a little bit of nerves coming in for his first time bowling in a step ladder in front of a relatively decent crowd. I've come to watch the final games here. And Chase Butler up again on lane 4 this time, and he's got that one out nice. Oh, just came back and a nice wall shot. A light hit, carried all 10 pins, which gives him a strike. The second frame, giving a total of 20 in the first. Now, just got a bit of a technical issue again on lane 4. Then press the reset button. Get a full rack of pins up for Alex to start the second frame. That's a better shot. Kept it closer in the middle. Managed to get 4. They're all clumped together, so you give him a chance at the spare. Eight out for the the second frame for Alex, which still leaves him in the lead of the match with his additional handicap. However, if Chase was to continue to spare and strike, that will be eroded very quickly. And Chase has got that one a little left of target, but it's no stuff. It's just held all the way down the lane, and he's tripped the 4 pin down, the last one to fall, and that gives him a double. Really eating into Alex's handicap lead here. Alex really needs to get the ball closer to the middle here to give himself a chance at a strike. He's managed to get 8, leaving himself to 1-7. It's going to be a relatively difficult spare for him to pick up. Just try and get the ball to the left-hand side of the head pin and try and deflect the ball into the 7. I don't think Alex has it in him to hook the ball a great deal. He's got to make it, particularly with the polyester ball that he's using. He's gone the other way. Oh, and he's actually put the head pin in front of the 7 there. 9 out for that frame, giving him 17 total in the third frame, or 147 with handicap. I'll give you Chase's total in the third frame once he's involved with this shot. That's a pretty good looking ball there. Oh, another strike. I'll have to wait for his next shot now to give you the total, because that gives him 3 in a row after a spare in the first. Well on his way to already overtaking the handicap difference between him and Alex.
I mean, it's good to see you, Alex, mate. He's only been really bowling for about 3 months now, and he's been keen to be involved in junior tournaments and things like that. So,
he's showing reasonably good technique there, Simon. He's balance arms out, and he's got the feet in the right position.
And I think it's just getting to a case now the hands are getting sore from bowling a fair bit.
A lot of games.
Yeah.
And Simon's down there giving Alex a bit of a pep talk and just calming him down. Bowling is certainly a game that benefits from a very, very level head.
Does.
And level heart rate. Oh, that's a much better shot. Whatever you said, you need to give him some more of that, because that was a fantastic shot. It just left the 5 pin behind. As I said earlier, maybe a little bit of nerves. There is a fairly decent crowd here watching this evening.
And also, too, you're bowling against a bigger kid that's a bit stronger and a bit more experience. And
probably someone he looks up to a bit. Yeah. Especially when he comes out and goes spare and then the next 4 strikes. That certainly puts some pressure on your opponent.
At any level, I think that puts some pressure on him.
We haven't seen many 4-baggers today, and that's a fair effort in a final.
That's the old gold IQ.
I was wondering what he was using. Okay, so it is the gold ball.
Yeah, and I do believe that his brothers actually. The benefit of switch grips.
Oh, definitely. It's a funny ball, that one. Everyone that owns it tells me how good it is. Every time I see him, I think they look ordinary, but he's making it certainly look pretty good here. Maybe maybe I need to watch a little more. Yeah, someone has used a different manufacturer for quite a while. It sort of didn't get much chance to throw a lot of the other manufacturers' good balls, particularly Storm, who had a really good run there of very top quality bowling balls.
People have so many arguments over which ball company is best in the world. You look through every range of companies and everyone produces a great ball.
Look, yeah, exactly right. 5 in a row by Chase. Fantastic start.
Lucky.
Already giving him 208 pins. So, at the last completed frame, which would be the 4th, let's wait for the scores to come up. He's 110 to Alex's 26. So the handicap difference has already been eroded.
Nice shot, Alex.
Alex needs to just concentrate here on hitting the head pin and making his spares, and keeping himself in the games.
This is set later.
It's obviously, as we said, it was a 2-game total match.
Top 3. Yep. So second and third play, and then they'll go play Joe as the final.
So it's by no means over as yet, but Chase has got early advantage there, and we've just got an updated score sheet here for the graded adults.
Graded adults, yeah. So after the first 3 games, we have Trish Milligan sitting in one spot, and Trish moved up a fair bit from the last update we had.
Yes, I gave the folks an update there when I saw the 268 games.
Yeah, and then we've
20 games scratch, very good.
Yeah, and then we've got Laura Vogel, who was sitting in second spot last time. She's remained there. And Johnny Walker, who was sitting in first spot, has moved into third spot. So they're still fairly close there. Within the 50-pin radius, I think we cover the first 5 places quite comfortably.
So, yeah, so very similar to the juniors in that it's all very tight. So,
I just wanted to ask a
Chase is just
which one?
The Goldie?
The Goldie. So
Yeah.
you will get a cut out this
I'd
mate.
like to ask Chris that
Yeah,
question.
yeah. You do get the cut out of someone using your old balls.
That was the voice of Paul Delaney, Mr. One Ball Wonder, turned up talking it up this morning about how good he was going to go with his one ball. He put in a reasonable performance.
I think he qualified about 5th or 6th. I think he did.
He certainly put himself in the Masters, but talk's cheap, and tomorrow's where the action's at. So we'll see how he ends up.
I'm hearing there's a few side bets going around at the
So
moment.
I've heard there's a bit of that going on. So we're not sure who the favourite's going to be to come tomorrow, but I'm sure it's going to be a fairly close run of event, particularly with the scores being very tight. A 220 or 230 game can really move you up a long way. Oh, Chase has got that one a little wide. He's managed to push the 7-pin out there, so he's giving himself a 7 count. But that's a pretty good looking spare shot, and he's just flushed that. That's absolutely perfect, exactly how you want to cover it. So Chase is actually bowling one of the biggest games I have seen here today.
Chase is throwing it really good.
He is really just staying within himself and bowling the ball in a very consistent manner, not trying to do too much with it. Alex,
Poor young Alex, I think the nerves got the better of him here.
Alex is struggling a little, but it's a 2-game total pinfall match.
Oh,
It's not just one.
so he's not out of it.
No, he's not out of it by any stretch.
at all.
So he can turn around, especially with the handicaps.
With the
involved.
50-pin start he's got, yeah.
That's correct. So if Chase was to find a little bit of trouble, which has been the tendency on
That's
these
right,
patterns,
yeah.
is for it to.
It's not hard.
You just get yourself comfortable. You think you're locked in on a really good shot, and then
you're not.
And then the next thing you know, it's gone. Alex got 8 out there. So Alex is 51 through 8 frames. And Chase is going to be 207 with a strike here. Through the 8th. As I said, this game, Chase's bowling would be competitive on any condition. But on this condition in particular is an outstanding effort.
And there's a little delay now. We'll give, unfortunately, Chase a bit of time to think about what's happening.
I was just saying how much he's been bowling within himself and not trying to do too much, not trying to overhook the ball, just hook it enough to make sure he knocks the pins over.
And he is defending champion from last year too, Chase. That's going to come back all right, I think.
That's a pretty close. Ooh. Yeah, see, again, that was a shot that it was a good-looking shot, and it just
didn't quite grip at the end.
Yeah, it just didn't quite grab it. May have just missed it at the bottom a touch, and the ball didn't quite get as much rotation. It can feel pretty good off the hand, and all of a sudden you get 6. So it can be a little frustrating, but hopefully he'll just go for the 3 here and maximise his count leading in the match. Although I'm not sure too many of the juniors bowl defensively. They go for it every shot. And he's managed to
split the gap.
That'd be worth 6 in AFL, but here, unfortunately, you get nothing. So that gives Chase 209 through the 9th, or 277 with handicap. So hopefully young Alex here can get himself back in the match here with a couple of good shots. That's pretty close. They're going to turn.
That'd be a good pin count over it anyhow.
Yep. So that's...
What car are you driving? I'm going to check my bags out.
So, Brandon, sit down, mate. You can join the commentary team, mate. Take a seat. I'm not good at Come on, go ahead. You're very good at talking. Put balls, Stairs. Come on, mate. You got to tell. Huh?
Oh, we've got a few. We've got some media show people here.
Part of media, mate. Part of media. So, mate, who are you picking to Masters? Three bowlers we've been watching tonight, mate. With young Joe sitting out. Who are you going to pick?
He's got a good book.
Reckon if he can keep going.
Oh, the lucky break there for Chase. Pushing the 4, 2 and 1 pins forward into each other, leaving just the 6-10. Relatively simple spare, if there's such a thing. That's a little wide, and only taking the 10 pin out there. So Chase finishes with a total of 218. With handicap is 286 for that game. That's a massive score. It's probably the highest score we've seen with handicap.
I think so.
Tonight.
For the day and probably for the final quite comfortably.
Yes, it's a big number.
Galaxy just put a spare and a good pin count in. It keeps him within range if he bowls a good game next game.
That's it.
I think he's hoping a bit that Chase goes off the boil a bit.
Yeah, and it'd be unusual for Alex to not close the frame the next game if he doesn't make the spare here. Hopefully they can make the spare and just keep himself in touching distance.
It's going to look a good fraction.
It's pretty close. Just got one. So is Chase using a house ball or is he using a
No, he's got your slingshot he has. Your slingshot Alex has.
And for those that aren't familiar with those equipment lines, slingshot is an entry-level bowling ball with a relatively simple core and mild performance. The sort of ball you would get as a first ball you get when you bowl fingertip. Fantastic sort of ball for bowling leagues where you've got a little bit more room to throw the ball out into the friction
for the two games.
So
And then the house shot. If Chase wins the first series against Joe, then Joe has to run for a challenge.
And Chase is up and starting the second game here. And he's managed to trip the 2-8 out and left himself just the 10 pin there. He's getting some very favourable pin carry here. And hopefully Chase can take full advantage of it and get a spare out of what was really a marginal shot. And unfortunately he's just tugged the ball inside a target a little. Alright, this has given Alex a chance to get back into the match. With Chase coming off the boil a little with 3 consecutive open frames.
Alex, can you get a picture?
Alex has got that one right through the middle there, and so just the 7 pin. Looks like Alex is a bit of a crowd favourite.
Look, anyone likes seeing good young ones. Young ones get in there and compete.
Get the underdog up. That's the way.
I think we ran up. I think he would have been a favourite outsider.
Yeah. Got a roll. No, unfortunately, both players started with a 9 miss in the first frame. Again, underlying the importance of sparing.
Yes.
Which is a weakness of a lot of junior bowlers. However, of recent times it has improved. There's been a lot more focus on
I think
teaching the kids to spare from a young age, and it's establishing a spare technique.
I think it was also, a bit of a.
So that one looked a little left of target for Chase, and it just managed to hold and strike. So
I think also people become creatures of, of their own, environment. Really.
Yeah, that is true.
When you've got a house pattern you can strike so often on,
Your sparing
you put less importance on your sparing because you can strike so often.
Yeah, I think it takes a lot of I suppose mental preparation to be able to get into a bowling alley and when you practice, and to not just throw strikes, to practice your sparing and to
look. Everyone wants to go in and they want to feel good when they bowl, whether they're practicing or bowling league, and they want to strike. It's at a young age they always want to strike. So, like I said, it takes a special bowler wants to come in and practice their spares and work for an hour just on sparing.
Yeah, well, I've got a few junior bowlers that I have under my wing back in Canberra, and I can't emphasise enough to them that the importance is in the way is the execution of the shot rather than the result of the shot. And when they break it down to just controlling the 15 feet to the foul line that they can control, and rather than not worrying about the fact that the ball left a pin behind, it's amazing how much better the results become when you don't focus on it.
Oh, look, people always get upset when they throw a good pocket ball ball and leaves the pin there. But they kind of sometimes forget when they do throw a bad shot
And you get
they
the
end up with
breaks.
a good
That's exactly right.
They kind of forget that kind of scenario.
Yep, what goes around comes around in bowling. There is an element of luck to the sport, yes, but at the same time, if you throw the ball well 10 frames, there's a good chance that you're going to be competitive in a match, and more often than not, you'll win.
Look, I think most bowlers probably need to look at it until they average over 190. Over 190, spares are more important than strikes.
Yeah,
good shot there for Alex.
Yeah, Alex, very good shot. Just at the 5 pin. And the focus again, not on results and a certain amount, because averages are all relative to the conditions in which you're bowling upon. So, single pin conversion is different because you should be using a hard case bowling ball which doesn't hook for your single pins and being able to knock. And so your single pin technique should not change no matter where you are. And I know for myself, if I bowl, let's say I come here, I can go to Queensland, I go to America, it doesn't matter. I will stand on the same board and throw the ball to the same park to make the same single pin every time.
You're throwing a straight shot,
that's exactly
generally
right.
a rule of thumb.
It certainly takes it out of. It puts you in a comfort zone, even when you're in an unfamiliar environment. Great shot there by Chase.
Well, it's a bit narrow, but it held quite comfortably.
Yeah, his shot actually appears to have moved a little in. Every time he gets the ball a little right, it seems to hang and doesn't want to make the corner down lane, and leaves him with a washout. Missing the head pin normally, but when he gets it in a little tighter.
A twist of the body there, and he's pushed it out towards a 10 pin.
Alex is struggling a little these couple of games. It looks like he might be
bit of fatigue.
Bit of fatigue setting in. Yeah, it's a lot of games for young bodies to handle.
Also a bit of pressure too. I think that really kind of tightens bowlers up and makes them a bit more tired.
People tend to not realise just how much physical effort is actually involved in bowling. Yeah. And on top of that, you have the mental side of it, which dealing with pressure and repeating shots and trying to remember what you need to do to perform at your best.
Yes.
While doing it whilst you're fatigued is difficult. All right, so we've got Chase up here on lane 4. Alex just unfortunately had a 3 miss that frame. So Chase is actually in a pretty comfortable position here at the moment. That ball in again, and it's a fantastic shot. It gives him a double, and he's getting close to the stage where this match is going to be beyond doubt, if it's not already there. Fortunately for Alex, Chase has just saved his best for last year, and he's really turning on a great performance after those 3 consecutive open frames. He's come back with a strike spare and a double to really put his foot on this match.
It's game on here.
Yeah, I'm welcoming back Mr. Andy McGill, Cubica AMF staffer and ball driller extraordinaire. Mr. Rudy Hill himself.
It's me. But Chase really needs to keep striking.
You're looking for some equipment in Sydney? He's the man to go and see.
Come and see me, AMF Rudy Hill.
I would say to all the people in Canberra listening to come and see me, but I don't think there will be any, so I'm pretty confident that I'm safe. I'll just do that bad. So does it actually record it as well?
Well, it's streaming straight to YouTube.
So you stream this to YouTube, does this? And it uploads? Yep. Yeah, so all our commentary will be on there.
Yep.
Oh, I'm going to show my wife, she'll crack up.
So go straight to YouTube, and if you go to our website, to our Wodonga Tenpin, you'll be able to watch this anytime.
We just need a score correction there, Simon. Please. That one come out of the gutter.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Chase just missed it to the right there, and the ball bounced out and took the pin, which
the dastardly 10 pin.
Which, as much fun as it would be to be able to take him, unfortunately, once it touches the gutter, it counts as 0 for that delivery. Alex got a good ball there, right through the front, and gets
Alex
made.
is really pushing him here. He's pushing Chase all the way. He's making Chase bowl. Chase has to bowl the ball.
Yeah. Chase has an 80 pin start in the last game, though, so it's
fair call.
Unfortunately, it's pretty much become beyond doubt now. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I guess with that result in the first game, it's looking that way a little.
Yeah, 80 pins.
Unless Chase falls in a really, really big hole, and Alex starts to strike. There's still another match to go though. This is only for the second spot. They got a winner of this match. We'll have to play. Who was it that top qualified? Joseph. That's it. And he's around here somewhere.
Try and pronounce his surname. El Akbar.
Yes.
But yeah, Joseph bowled very steadily.
Yeah. What were his scores for the day?
When I find the sheet, I'll let you know. It must be underneath there somewhere.
Junior Master Finals. There we go.
Yeah, so we've had these scores are including handicap.
Joseph went 215, 236, 201, 247, 243 for 1142 for 5 games. So yes, very consistent bowling there.
Plus
142,
a bit lower. I think
which,
was the three monkeys. I see no evil, hear no evil, do no evil. Oh, hang on, we've got someone turning around.
Oh, they are listening.
Hey, monkeys or apes? What are they? I can't remember.
Oh!
Good to see a bit of banter in the crowd.
They've gone very quiet, actually. I can see no evil and do no evil.
Yeah, so Joseph was top qualifier by 44 pins.
Yeah, he's bowled really well by the looks of that. So that should be an interesting match. Chase versus Joseph.
Alex was the second qualifier, and we had Chase was
third,
some 22 pins behind.
Yeah.
With Piper Russ just missing out.
Oh, by 2 pins.
By 2 pins.
Unlucky.
By the final, yeah. She was going along there, as we were saying earlier. I was commentating that she was in the mix, and in the last game just might have crossed the third to fourth.
And
maybe. Well, at that stage, I thought there was another game to be bowled.
Okay.
And once we found out, I didn't realise it was that close. So,
Yeah.
So unfortunate for Piper, but I'm sure she'll be back. She seemed to be enjoying herself. So.
Yeah. It's never fun to miss the cut by a couple of pins, but hopefully she'll learn from it, come back bigger and better and stronger.
Hopefully it follows her appetite for more success.
Yeah.
And to get into this step ladder final in next year's event. So, at the moment, this
Chase covered that spare nicely.
Yeah, this game's just going through the motions a little. With Chase going to comfortably advance here to the final match.
It looks that way, yeah. But Alex should hold his head high.
He's put the house behind him.
He's done very well, Alex has.
Yeah, Alex has acquitted himself really well.
Yeah,
second qualifier.
Should be proud of himself.
Just struggled a little here towards the end, but at the same time, there's a lot of people who are sitting here watching him bowl, and
he's probably a little nervous.
Yeah, he may feel a little disappointed, but tomorrow morning he'll wake up and realise that
he come third, and it's not a bad result.
It's not a bad result. He's made the step ladder. It's always disappointing to lose a match.
He's so young. He's got a long future, you know.
Very, very much so. He's got solid technique.
He does. Yeah, fundamentals are good.
Yep. It just
needs a bit of work, but fundamentals are mostly there.
With a bit of work, you can be a very good bowler. And I see that a lot from the bowlers here. They're getting very good coaching from when they first start out.
Yeah, they're very lucky down here that they've got this bowling centre with Simon and the guys that run it. They're really big on the juniors and the kids.
Yeah,
and have a fantastic school program, getting the kids into bowl, teaching the kids to bowl, and now those kids are turning into league bowlers. So we need more of that.
And for the folks out there, if your kids do take an interest in bowling, the best thing you can do is to approach people in the bowling alley and find out if there is a coaching program going.
Definitely.
Because if they do take an interest and they want to become competitive bowlers, those first few months when you start, you can fast track your process of becoming a quality bowler.
Exactly.
Because you don't have to then try and get rid of bad habits that have been formed. Because you can get you can get great advice from the beginning.
Them the way, that's right.
There are certain fundamentals that all bowlers do, all good bowlers do.
Even the two-handers, no thumbers, you look at them all closely and examine it, they all have the same fundamentals.
Particularly, so if you look at it from side on, from when they let the ball go,
that's right.
You can't tell whether it's two or one-handed.
That's
right. It all looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
That's what makes bowling such a unique sport, is that everybody gets to the foul line in their own unique way.
It doesn't matter what you do before the foul line.
However, everybody looks the same when let the ball go.
That's it.
And it's actually amazing. There are YouTube videos out there of the professionals, and it shows that exact thing where they show how different they approach the line. But when they let it go, they all look the same.
Yeah, there was a good one from a PBA telecast earlier in the year where they compared Tom Doherty, a no-thumb pro bowler, Jason Belmonte, a right-handed two-hander. Jesper Svensson, a left-handed two-hander, and another right-handed one-hander who used the thumb. And every single one of them at the foul line, at the point of release, they looked identical. That's it. Right shoulder dropped, or in Jesper's case, left shoulder dropped. Head above the ball under the chin. Everything was the same.
Yep,
So it doesn't matter what you do before the foul line.
That's correct. Yeah.
As long as you're at the right place at the foul line.
Yeah, at the foul line, you want the chin, for the right handers, the right elbow, and the ball.
The right knee, the chin, the ball, everything's all in line. You know.
It keeps the ball, what they call them, the straight swing plane, so therefore you don't have to pull the ball around your body.
That's right. That's why
we lead.
That's why we drop our right shoulder for right-handers these days. Where back in the day we were taught to be very square and upright and straight on.
It was a very good shot. It's a bit of a ball change there for Chase.
But these days, when you drop that right shoulder for right-handers, obviously it's by dropping that right shoulder, it pushes the left hip out and gives you a nice bit of clearance around the right hip to get the ball through, so your swing stays straight.
It also doesn't hurt to have a little bit of a serpentine approach where you just step a little bit to the left for the right-handers to clear the ball past the hips.
You see a lot of right-handers do that.
It's very common, particularly for the ladies who have obviously wider hips than most of the men do. And I find that it's very beneficial for the ladies to
take a step left to get that.
In a 5-step approach. To make that second step just a board or two to the left, just to give them a couple of inches clearance so they can swing the ball past the hips without the ball having to go around their body.
That's
and
right,
a frisbee or boomerang
That's right,
style. So, just on the game here, Chase has finished with a total of 159.
Scratch with 227 handicap.
Correct. And Alex, unfortunately, is not going to be able to catch up any of the deficit that he had from the first game.
So Chase is going to advance to the final against Joseph, and it should be a really exciting match.
Alex saves the best for last and closes his first frame of the final in the 10th frame. I feel very bad for Alex.
He's going to end up this game with handicap about 15 pins shy of Chase. But Chase put too much of a margin on him in the first game, really.
Chase bowled exceptionally well the first game, and it was the difference, the deciding factor, and may have even broken Alex's spirit a little. It's very, very hard to come back. Unfortunately,
to Alex's credit, he's kept a smile on his face the whole time. He's enjoyed himself. He's carried himself extremely well, and he'll be back.
Congrats go to Alex Watson on third place here. In the Juniors Masters final.
In the finals there for second and third place.
I'm out.
Well under Chase Butler for making it through to the finals.
You're stuck with me again, people, because Andy McGill has left the building.
Okay, so Joe, you can jump on for a couple minutes practice. We'll have 5 minutes practice for the two guys in the final, and then we'll get started into the last day or last of the games for tonight.
Yeah, so just to reiterate that, if you didn't hear it, players will be going up for 5 minutes warm-up now before the beginning of the final match. Best of 2 games, same as the previous match. However, should Joseph lose the 2-game total with handicap the first time round, there will be a second re-challenge available to him should he wish to take it. And to be honest, you'd be crazy not to. And so the advantage of being the top qualifier is you do get 2 attempts to win, and that one looks like it's stuck on his thumb pretty badly. So he didn't injure himself. No, he's got a smile on his face. It's all good. Yeah, we should be receiving an update on the graded adult final 2 in the next couple of minutes, and so we'll let you know how that's progressing once I get an updated sheet.
How's it going? That's all right. Joe, go get up, please. We'll have some prizes that will give you a bit of cash.
Yeah, so this game we're going to have Joseph have a 115 pin handicap added to his totals. Chase will continue with his 68. So less for Chase to make up this time, but Joseph has been showing some great form today. He's been keeping the ball in play, and obviously making his spares. You don't lead an event by not bowling well, obviously. So at this stage, I'll just do my quick mental calculations. 47 pin start for Joseph. With Chase's form, though, that's going to take some beating. 47 might not be enough for him. if Chase continues to strike like he has been. But you never know. Finals are a funny thing, and pressure can have weird effects on people. Chase is rolling the ball very nicely. He's experimenting with another ball here. I'll just try and find out what it is. For the folks at home that are interested in that kind of thing. Also, even for those that are new to the sport, you can always look on what the equipment is. It is a motive ball. A company that I was once sponsored by. Appears to be a motive tribal. I'm unsure what Joseph is throwing. I'm not familiar with that ball. Chase is going back here to the Gold Storm ball, which is a IQ Tour Pearl. A very successful ball for the Storm Company. The IQ Tour Solid and Pearl, both excellent pieces, and certainly have been reproduced in a 30th anniversary version, which gives like a bronzy black type colour, very dark bronze. A very sexy looking ball, actually. I don't say too often about bowling balls, but yeah, they did a good job on that one. Chase has got a pretty good look here. I'll just confirm that is a motive tribal for you. It looks very similar to a very early motive release in a Recon RX1, which is one of their first issued balls where the motive company made when they went away from the norm and didn't name their bowling balls. They were done in a series of letters and numbers to indicate all the different types of covers, type of core, and the number of times it had been used in their series. It was quite an ingenious system, but didn't prove overly popular with the public, so they joined the mainstream and began naming all their equipment with a bunch of fancy names, which they haven't run out of names yet, which surprises me. So, there's been so many bowling ball names you can come up with. Yeah, these lanes 3 and 4 appear to be breaking down a little in the mid lane. It does look like the Chase is having a little trouble getting the Gold Storm balls actually pushed down the lane far enough in the middle. And when he gets the ball out to the right, it seems to be failing to recover. So he may need to make a big move here to the left and get away from that area where the ball doesn't want to react, because it could be a lot of trouble out there. Yeah, at the moment it appears the ball wants to, in practice, the ball just wants to go through the right through the front pin, or it wants to miss it completely. No such problems for Joseph, who delivers a straight ball. For him, it's just all about accuracy and making his spares. The reason we hook the ball in bowling is to increase our strike potential. It's a game of angles, and you can double the width that you have to hit to strike by developing a large entry angle, which can only be done by hooking the ball. All right, so the game's over and ready to start. Joseph's up here first on lane 3. And Joseph lets himself a bit of a mess down there with a full count. He's off the 1, the 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10. Really tricky spare. Actually, to be honest, I think it's
Very, very hard spare.
It's going to be very difficult, yeah. If not, close to impossible. You wanted to get a bit of a lucky break here to get this one. He's only taken 1 out of it, unfortunately, for Joseph. 5 out in the first frame. All right, we'll see if Chase can overcome his bowling, his ball reaction issues that he had in practice.
Some bowlers can just switch off and just, when it comes game time, and just get back to throwing like they were, and some people carry the practice over into the game.
I was just saying to the folks out there that I think the lane has changed a little, in that the middle of the lane appears to have a lot of the oil seems to be depleted there, and when he either gets the ball straight through the front, or when he misses to the right, or gets it to the right, to give it a bit of room to recover, it doesn't. So I think Chase might be they need to change balls, or we may need to make a rather substantial move to the left here to avoid that out of bounds area where the ball will not recover from.
As crazy as it sounds, there is an option to move right a bit. The pattern down the back will be a bit lighter now, a bit softer now at the back end, and the ball's not going to overact too much at the back.
Yeah, that's a good point, Simon. That he could move to the right. He just has to be careful he doesn't pull the ball into that friction area, and then the ball will go a long way left. But yeah, he's throwing it good enough to be able to control it and keep it inside a certain zone on the lane. So Chase made the spare there. So he's got 10 up plus whatever he gets on his next ball. So he's already starting to eat into that handicap deficit.
That's getting better out from Joe. That was a smooth release. Just a little bit.
How long has Joseph been bowling for?
He came through the school program for Albury High, so along with Alex and Gertie. So he's been bowling for about 8 weeks now and loving the sport. He's gone out and bought his own gear. He's got bought his own shoes and a belt.
I can't say enough about how well they bowl the ball for people who've been bowling a matter of a couple of months. So he throws it better than I did after 10 years.
He's looked around the centre. He looked at young Briar and wants a big swing like that, big power swing. And probably taking maybe a bit too quick to that big swing. But look, he's keen, and if they're keen, you've got a good chance of keeping the sport and developing their talent.
And good coaching really helps because people continue to bowl when they enjoy themselves and they improve. Like, no one wants to come in every week and just struggle.
Oh, look, we've been lucky. I mean, I'm very thankful for the Albury High and also James Fallon High, who do a full program for a term. They bring new students in, but we're also starting to see people like Joe and Alex. They come back term after term because it's what they want to do.
That's excellent. Yes, when I was growing up, we actually had a school program for Tenpin bowling, and they actually supported me very well. It was handy living in Canberra and having access. At that time, we had access to the AIS, Australian Institute of Sport. We did a lot of sports psychology and nutrition. Although looking at me now, I think that'd be a bit of a fail there. But this is only voice.
I mean, you look around the world, you look at the countries doing well, especially, we don't see a lot of them, but a lot of the Asian bowlers, they're very regimented. They train, they do gym, they've got to do gym to be part of national teams.
I can only probably name a couple of bowlers that aren't in prime physical condition that are up the top of the sport. It is a physically demanding sport. Not so much from the like your athletic explosive type movement, but
a lot of coordination.
A lot of coordination and a lot of, you're moving a large mass of weight repetitively hundreds of times a day. It's certainly anyone that's shoveled a pile of dirt will know how much that can influence on your body. It's not that different in bowling.
Change the ball for Chase, and that wasn't too bad of a shot actually. It just come in a bit heavy.
That was a pretty good shot. That's definitely a better ball change.
I think it's a motive.
Yeah, I was trying to tell the people at home. I think it's either a motive tribal or an original.
It's a tribal.
It is a tribal? Yes. Okay, that's confirmed.
No, that's right. I'll get down there.
I thought it might have been an original RX1, one of the first balls they ever made, but they're both very similar in colour. Chase just took the 2 out there, but he hopefully he sticks with that ball change because it was definitely the right move. Just probably needs to move his feet just a little bit to the left and just to try and soften the entry angle a little.
Joe looks a little bit rushed out there at the moment.
Yeah, Joe looks like wants to try and throw him over rather than bowl him over, and that's nerves and excitement and adrenaline.
All been there where our feet and our hands move too quick.
Well, if you're not excited by being in the final, you shouldn't really be out. Bowling's not for you. It should be an exciting time. It's what you train for. It's what you practice for.
Standing a little bit inside. He's just getting a bit mixed up.
So we've got going through. We've got Joe sitting on 28 through the 4th frame. We had Chase at 43 through the 3rd frame. He's following his 4th frame now, lane forward. He's stuck with that other ball change. He's certainly a bit wider and it's not going to recover. Which is why we're suggesting he needs to move a little further to the left, just to stay away from that area where the ball will not recover from. With a lot of younger players bowling the ball pretty straight, the oil that's applied to the lane has been depleted more in the middle, causing the ball, when you try and hook the ball to to hook in the middle, and the oil on the outside hasn't been depleted as much, and therefore the ball doesn't hook. So you end up with a situation where you miss to the right and the ball goes further right, and you miss to the left and the ball reads the lane a lot earlier and moves and goes further left. So it actually accentuates your mistakes. That's why the best thing to do is to try and move left to get away from it. But Chase is going along all right here. Joseph, it's a little bit to the left there.
A bit of a.
He's going all right. It's just a bit of nerves. He'll settle down.
A bit of nerves from both bowlers. Actually, they're both rushing at a fraction and they're not quite getting off the hand cleanly. So as soon as one of them starts sparing or get a couple of good balls in there and hits the pockets, I think
once the confidence picks up, it'll be they may be able to run away a little bit.
It's a couple of good shots and it's amazing what it can do.
Like obviously both bowlers have bowled exceptionally well to get here to this position in the first place. So we know that that's a better shot. That's a much better shot for Joseph. Ooh, he was very unlucky there. That ball actually hooked a little in the middle of the lane there, which is something we haven't seen a lot of today. But it just reiterates the fact that the players do need to consider migrating left. Chase has gone back to the gold ball here, and we'll see what sort of shot he can produce. That's a little bit further left, and the ball actually has gone crossed over.
Go away for lucky strike there.
Yeah, I'm not certain that the gold ball is going to produce the results he's looking for. It could possibly, but he needs to.
Needs a bit close to the gutter, I think, that ball to be effective.
Well, I think he needs to get further left or right, as you said before. He's playing in a zone in a lane that isn't conducive to high scoring at the moment. That's a better shot.
Joe, getting back towards that pocket.
That one didn't hook as much as the one previously on lane 3, so it's certainly looking a little bit tricky out there for the players. Bit of a tough spare here for Joe.
Yes.
Oh! He makes the 2, 7 and 10, but left the 1 and the 8 behind.
Bit of a couple of years of throwing the ball hard like that, the 7-10 becomes a real possibility.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm getting. I don't know how you sound, but I'm a bit old for that now.
I think I throw my shoulder out these days.
Yeah, I just take the 1 and move on. Try not to leave it.
That looks a bit better now.
Yeah,
just comes in a bit heavy still.
Yeah, just in that friction area, it hooks. And it gives it a little bit more room. It doesn't want to respond, so it's making it very difficult for Chase to actually find the pocket here. Well, hopefully he'll be able to pick up the adjustment. And again,
sparing's no cost you.
Yes, it is that spare. That's costly in this format. But again, as these players, it's very good they get to bowl in these type of conditions that are a lot harder than what they see generally during league play.
Look, I think it's most of our league patterns here, we do bowl a Tuesday night one where it's 2.2 to 1.
Oh, wow,
it's very, very tough, and it's 43 feet, but most of the patterns here are fair, I won't say a little bit open there, but around about 5 to 1, so they're not,
so
not by any means
not
easy.
Stupid easy, but they're certainly
there's a big difference between
friendly.
5 to 1 and 3 to 1 in most centres.
That's correct, yes. It makes it a little bit difficult. But I think, having those tougher patterns down even during league play would be it's fantastic for the players to learn the adjustments that are required. Joseph's very unlucky.
That was a good hit.
Yeah, only got 9 out. Very unlucky.
Bad luck, Joe. That was a good shot, mate.
The 3-pin going to the side wall and coming back in front of the 10.
When you look at the handicap score, it is still fairly close now.
Oh, it's very close, yes. Joe is currently 20 pins in front, but Chase has a frame to play here. So that's a better looking shot, and again the ball went high, leaving him the same spare, the 3-6-10. This is quite a common spare for the right-handers.
Just enlarge the score a bit, so it's a bit easier.
Yes, the spare is not the easiest spare to make. There's more to miss it than there are to make it.
I tend to find many combinations of way to miss this shot.
That's a pretty good looking shot. Is it going to hold? Oh, he's just cherried it. So as we were saying, it's very easy to miss that spare. He did the right thing using a plastic ball and going very straight at it. But left the 10 pin behind. So at the moment, with the handicaps added in, Joseph is leading by 11 through 7 frames.
Good shot here, I think.
Fantastic shot. Wiggles the 9-pin. It doesn't go.
Decent touch, but didn't go, yes.
Yeah, so, but 9's a good result. And,
I think 10 would have been better for him and give me a bit more confidence, I think.
he did his part, as we were talking about before. It's the execution of the shot was there, and that he did what he was required to do. Fortunately, new bowlers tend to struggle a little bit when it comes to sparing, and unfortunately, Joseph had just gone by that one.
They put a bit too much pressure themselves on this spare.
And Chase is going to continue with the gold ball here. See if he can find the 1-3 pocket here. Give himself a chance of striking.
So a bit further, but I think
it's going to go high as well. Yeah, he's just in trouble here with the. He's either got to. I think there's two adjustments he could make. He could move left, or he could throw the ball a bit faster. Just slow down the hook on the back end. But that would both may be coming out of his comfort zone, and that's part of the challenge of bowling. And you can't always play where you want to play. Chase has made the spare.
Okay, too easy. Yeah, you
She's still here. Yeah, can I own?
Yeah, you're on.
No. Paul Delaney is going to join us, Mr. Advanced Bowling Solutions himself. I'll do my best to put subtitles up for you out there. What are you trying to say? I have an accent?
If someone goes in the last squad, makes a five from that last squad, do you reckon it's worth 25 or you reckon it's worth 24?
No, 25 is about right.
You reckon? What do you pay for Desperado overseas? It's like 3 times.
He goes in the prize fund. Just like to thank Chris Thomas for the expert commentary this evening, and I wouldn't go that far. Tune in to Rockway this year because I think ACT is a big chance. With Paul Delaney, he's going to be our mentor and advisor for that trip. So the ACT men's and women's Rockway team. Rockway being the premier team event for Tenpin bowling in Australia. Where teams of 6 bowlers, being 6 male and 6 female, compete against head-to-head against every state in the country and territory in the country, plus the Australian Defence Force and New Zealand over a course of 3 days, with teams playing each other twice in a round-robin type format, with the winner decided by a number of matches won. Head-to-head and overall, with 7 points available each time. So teams of 6, but only 5 bowlers bowl at once. It's very similar in format to the President's Shield, which is the junior equivalent for our under 18 and under players. And that is where these bowlers, these junior bowlers, and the graded adult bowlers would be aspiring to get to later in their career. So at the moment, Joseph has just finished the first game here. He's finished with 77. With his handicap equals 192. Chase currently has 183 through 9 frames on a spare. So if he can get 5 pins here would put him in the lead by 1. So we'll have a look how he goes. He set that one a little wider, but I think it still may overreact, and it did. Leaves him with a 6-10. That gives him a slender lead in the match. Currently 7 pins in front, but he can extend that by making the spare here. And a spare and a strike would put him out to 19 out in front. I'm not sure it'll be enough. I think Joseph's had a pretty ordinary game there with no close frames. I can't see that lasting. So Chase is certainly going to have to improve next game. So I think Joseph will make a bit of a run here. He's probably starting to get comfortable now and get used to the people watching, and I can tell from experience that when you're making your first few step ladders, it kind of feels like you're bowling on stage. And yeah, you turn around and everyone's looking at you. It does take some getting used to. He's put that one out to the right a little further, and the ball hasn't recovered. That's what we've been talking about. Gives him a bowled a 140 scratch, which is with handicap is 208, giving him the 16-pin lead here heading into game number 2. Once again, Joseph has the right of a re-challenge should he be behind after the completion of the next game. So we've got to remember that Joseph needs to win this game by 17 to take home the title. Chase needs to win, or needs to lose by less than that. So if Chase was to stay within 15 pins of Joe, he would force it to another deciding match. Joseph's away here. That's a fantastic looking shot. That's a big ringing 10. And that's caused just due to the little bit of a lack of entry angle from the straighter shot.
So what was the difference after the first game?
Currently, Joe is 16 pins behind Chase, but I really think that Joe's going to find it here. I think Chase is going to need a lot more, and he's closed his first frame, so he's bringing my premonition to life.
Nice shot, Joe.
Pretty sure Chase is going to need more than 140 game here, like scratch to take home the title, or sorry, to force it to another decider. He's persisting with the yellow ball. He's got that one a little wider. It's probably not going to make the corner. He's in
just that area there where you go too wide, it's not going to come back. If you go too narrow, it goes
He's
across.
in a really tough area where the ball's either going high or going light. And fortunately, he seems to have stayed there. We're at the last 6 or 7 frames. He just needs to make a bit of a move, get away from that spot. Because ideally in bowling, you want
nice shot.
Yeah, good spare. Very good spare.
Probably not ideal with the spare ball, but he did get the carry through to take out the pin behind.
Yeah, probably not a bad option considering how hard he's finding it to hit the pocket. So I don't blame you for throwing the plastic ball at him. Chase would do well here to make a bit of a move, either one way or the other, and just get away from where he is.
Joe's taking the hard spin out first.
Yeah, get rid of that early, that 10 pin. Now he can smash the rest of it. Well, mate. Well done. Well bowled. Good work.
Go pair of shoes on. Go, mate. Frame in the lane.
Yeah, so Joseph's with the 1 here. Gives him 11 in the first frame. Obviously, on a spare, the more pins you knock over, the more pins you get credited back to you from the frame before. Hopefully, he can make a good shot here. Oh, that's not such a good shot. He did well there. He did well to get 6. So 17 in the second. Fortunately, on an open frame. Now, hopefully, Chase will make a bit of a move here. We'll wait and see. Because at the moment, I think it's near impossible for him to get a strike where he is. Now he seems to have moved a little bit to the right here, so hopefully this will hold up. No. Oh, he almost got lucky there. The ball did go right through the front of the head pin. But he's managed to squish them all out and left himself with just the 7. That's a pretty big break for him, leaving him with a very easy spare. It could have quite easily been a big split. So he just rolls the ball across the lane with the plastic ball, dead straight, perfect. Well done. So, see if Joseph's can answer here, recover from that frame in the last one. That's a better looking shot. Still a little bit to the right, but give yourself 7 and a relatively simple spare. I haven't received an update from the graded section for the adults much yet, and Joseph's whiffed all 3 pins there, which is not good. Probably just trying to overthrow the ball a little bit, trying to throw it a bit too hard. Just got to, always one of those sports, like any sport, you do your best when you bowl at 80%, 90% of your ability. If you try and do everything at 100%, you become erratic. So Chase has actually put that one out in the gutter. gets 0, which is highly unexpected. Particularly on a spare, it's actually hurt his pin count pretty badly there. So, and he's left himself obviously the 10 pin still to spare. It's going to be a very difficult spare considering the trouble he's been having actually getting to the pocket. So it's not ideal for him.
Pushed it into the gutter on 10 pin side.
Yeah, he just sent it a little bit too far to the right and it just catches that oil and away it goes. Goes on a journey and that one's in the friction. It's going to put through the... Oh, he almost got away with it. Yeah, his ball reaction is very ordinary at the moment. Put him in a really tough spot.
The good thing about these things, when they do struggle through, they do learn things gradually from it, which is good to see.
That's correct, and that's what we were saying before. It's a fantastic learning experience for him on the tougher patterns. Ooh, that one's stuck. I didn't appear to hurt him, so... You
just a bit of tension there.
Yeah, he's trying to throw it a bit too fast. Trying to throw him over rather than just let the ball do the work. And they will learn that. And as you said, he's very new to bowling, so it's something that comes with maturity and exposure to all the different conditions. So good. Whilst Joe just takes a bit of a breather with Simon here, chases up here on the left lane. As soon as he goes after the gutter ball, he's got that one in the friction again, and it might. Oh, wow! That ball actually reacted correctly, which is that's the first one he's had in the pocket for quite some time.
Hit hard too.
Yeah, the ball rolled very well.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, lots of
He was up there trying to bowl, and he goes, "Mum's not letting me bowl."
Yeah,
and you could see him go.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, when lanes get like this, then a good analogy is like trying to bowl in the ridge of a ridge. You miss right and it runs down one side, you miss left and it runs down the other. So,
Yeah. It's 10 o'clock tomorrow, isn't it?
It'll be very difficult.
Yeah, the 9 o'clock tomorrow. Did I get the wrong one?
No. Yeah.
See you later. Thank you.
Have we got an updated sheet for the...
I think they're getting one now. They just changed lanes, so Nelson, I think he's compiling the scores for us, and we can...
the graded adults, so...
That's a better shot. Smoother delivery.
Yep,
Didn't quite get there, but it was a lot better.
I'm very interested to see what happens, how this ball reacts for Chase on this shot. After that really good shot the last one, it'll just depend on see if he's actually the lanes have transitioned a little more to suit him, or if it was just he's got to throw it really, really good.
He pulled it.
Yeah, he might miss the front one here. Yeah, that's a bit of a tough leaf for the right-hander. Let's hopefully go with his plastic ball straight at it. Hooking it can be extremely dangerous in this one.
I think he's going to go with the gold one.
He's going to hook it at it. This will be... let's see if he can prove me wrong.
You want to go a bit deeper?
Yeah, you need to... There's many, many ways to miss this hooking it at it. Let's see how he goes. Hopefully he can throw it straight in the pocket. That's a pretty good looking delivery. Yep, well done.
He should aim for that when he throws his strike, I think.
Yeah, that's right. I think that was a really good strike shot. It would be actually be a fantastic strike shot. I think he took your advice. He did move a little deeper on the spare shot, and then the ball faced up nicely. Joseph up here on the left lane.
That's
a much better shot.
Just makes the need to make a little movement. That's a good shot.
Yeah, he's still got the ball rolling off his hand much better there. And even if he can't overcome the deficit, at least he can get himself comfortable for the re-challenge.
Yeah. So he has that option to, if he does lose the series, he can re-challenge, and the winner of that will be final. Always good to see mothers around here. A bit proud to see the kids bowling and recording.
It's fantastic. It's great.
It's
a real family environment. It's so good that you can get so close to the action as well.
Yeah.
It's not like they're... Oh, he's unlucky there. That was a pretty good shot. Just tripped out the 1-2. The 4 wouldn't go.
He's pulled that one too, I think, Chase. Yeah, he's not.
Oh, he got away with that.
Definitely not a comfortable line.
No, certainly not. He has no room for error either way. Not ideally what you're looking for.
You want plenty of room. As much as you can have on these patterns. That's a better ball from Joe. That's pocket. Ooh. That's a good shot. That's a good spare, and hopefully a bit of confidence there for Joe. Okay, so for the graded Masters final, hang on. We've just got a bit of a computer issue where it wasn't sorted properly, so we'll get back to you in about 2 minutes for that one. Chase has got it out there. That wasn't all right. Nice strike.
Alright, sorry about the lull there, folks. Have to keep my lovely wife happy. Sending me a bit of a message. It's been a long day for me, so up out of bed at 6:30 this morning to hit the road to drive for 3.5 hours down here to Wodonga, and haven't even checked on my hotel yet, so we'll be back here at 8:30 in the morning, so it's a bit of a full-on weekend. We have Joe here, got 7 on the spare. Oh, that's not going to hit any of those pins, unfortunately. So it's just let him just slid by a little. No, it's good to see a bit of camaraderie there between the players, giving high fives to each other. Joseph's doing alright though. He just needs to get himself comfortable for the re-challenge, because at this stage I get...
Okay, now our control operator Nelson's actually got us out. The correct scores now after his little error. I always like pointing out when Nelson makes a bit of a mistake. It's always fun to stir him up. So, after 5 games, we have Johnny Walker, who went back from 3rd spot up to 1st spot again now. So he's back in 1st spot, and he's sitting on 1112. Laura's still sitting in 2nd spot with 1110. And Trish Milligan, who was in number 1 spot, is gone back down to 3rd spot. We've had Tim Hoffman and Janice Phillips there made a bit of a move up the ladder as well too. So going into the last 3 games, I think it's going to be quite close. 1st and 2nd are fairly comfortable, but the 3rd spot, it's quite close there.
Sort of a 25-pin gap from 3rd to 4th, but then from 4th place for the next 3 down, covered by less than 20 pins. So it's
and in a great event, that can
with handicap. There's still 3 games to go. It's still a long way. A lot can change in that time. You throw 3 or 4 strikes in a row, and all of a sudden you can go from 4th to 1st. That's simple. Particularly when the lanes are playing a little difficult.
I think it's more cutthroat than a scratch event, really.
Jan over there, where's she?
Janice?
Yep. Is it Janice, is it? Where's she running? She's in 5th, and she started with the front 3 strikes here in this game here, so she's already making inroads. So it shows anyway.
Good shot. That's a nice shot down the middle.
Back to the boys. Joseph just fraction high there after a miss on the first shot. Gets him made out. He's just got to get himself comfortable for the final. At this stage, I think it's.
I think it's going to go into the rep charge.
It certainly will go to rep charge. It'll take a bit of a collapse by Chase here to.
Hey, we've lost one of the 3 monkeys down the front. There's only see no evil and hear no evil. One did hear actually.
Oh, Simon, you love firing them up. Also got,
I think Tracy's more than happy to be here. I mean, she's had a couple of issues with her young ones running wild, and she can't control them. I think she's hiding here, a bit of refuge.
So not only is Janice got off to a start, Peter, is it Dederick? Is that how we pronounce his name?
Dederick,
Yeah, Dederick, he started with a spare in the next 3 strikes. And him and Janice are only separated by 3 pins. So it's certainly going to makes things a lot closer there. Unfortunately, the junior ones are a little bit anticlimactic at the moment. Just going through the motions until we can start the repechage final. With Chase throwing 3 strikes and then a spare. He's sort of put about 40 pins between himself and Joe was already down by 16, so it's probably a hill too big. And with an open frame there, Chase will take this 2-game match and will lead to the repechage coming up directly after Chase bowls this frame. We'll move on to the final. And the winner of this will again be another 2-game total match, and the winner of this is final. There is you don't get a third chance. So Joseph will need to find his form here and get himself back in this match. Obviously, the pinfall starts again from 0 for the next matches. It's not a continuation, so it's not a 4-game total. It's only the 2 games. Chase can just use this to just line himself up a bit more, for knowing that he's going to have to bowl another 2-game match. And Janice Phillips there has given herself a 9 spare. So Janice and Peter, who are currently sitting in 5th and 6th in the graded Masters final, put on a bit of a show here and a bit of a run. It's certainly going to put some pressure on the other players if they're keeping an eye on it. Which hopefully they're not watching too much on the score and they're concentrating on their technique. It's a little bit difficult with Laura Hope, who's actually bowling on the pair there, who's currently in 2nd place. And just left herself a 10-pin to spare. Alright, Chase giving himself a double there. He's actually going to shoot a 200 game here scratch, which, with how bad his ball reaction was going into this game, is a fantastic effort. The ball's still not quite reacting right, but 203 with a 271 with handicap, an easy victory there, taking it home by 100 pins or thereabouts. So we're just going to switch over to scoring system, and we'll be ready to go for the repechage, re-challenge. Absolute final match here, so best of these 2 games, including handicap, will take home the title. Okay, so they've got the scores are up. Just need to get them on cross lanes if we can.
And turn the lanes up.
Yep. Got to get the scoring system switched over to cross lane, which is league play mode. So the players can use both 3 and 4. And this is done to
still the first round of the final for the Junior Masters. Chase to get up, but with Joe being the top qualifier, he has re-challenged. Then this block of games will be the final result too. So good luck, boys. Bow well, and we'll see who comes out on top.
And Joseph's off to a fantastic start.
More confidence now, I think.
Yeah, he just rolled that nicely. Didn't try and overthrow it. Just gave himself a great chance there by just keeping the ball in play. All right, but Chase is coming up here on lane 3 when we get a rack of pins. The old 8230s are a little slow at times at setting the pins, but yeah, very reliable machinery. All right, so Chase continuing with the gold ball. He's got that one a little wide, and he's only got 3. Still not certain, even with the 200 game last game, I'm still not certain that that's the best form of attack, but
I like the look of the motive.
he did make it work there. He shot 2 over the last game, Scratch. That's a fair effort on this pattern. But yes, it appears to be getting touchier.
It's very much a high risk sport at the moment. I think
high risk, high reward. He's going to strike or open.
Container on tree. Thank you for today.
Was that going to hold? Oh, great spare there by Chase. Both players have closed the first frame. That's a pretty good start. What ball is Joseph using? Do you know?
It's a Columbia Exceed, Ebonite Exceed, I should say. An older ball.
Yeah, but even the older balls still hit pretty hard. There's certainly a lot of technology involved on the inside.
Look, and for an entry level ball for Joe, that was a good option for him. It's one of the bowls old balls that fitted his hand. So yeah, it's free. It's giving him the sport. So
yeah, that's something that a lot of the older players, even like myself, tend to do. Is I use a lot of equipment. I go through a lot of equipment as a national level competitor. And I pass a lot of my equipment on to juniors and to up-and-coming bowlers. It gives them access to equipment that might only be 18 months or so old.
This is a cost for the families. If someone getting into the sport, it's not a cheap sport when you've got to buy a couple of different bowling balls and conditions and that.
Actually, speaking of, we just had a recent a junior competition in Canberra. One of the leagues finished up, and then their prize, they came and asked me if I'd drill them some balls that were donated for them. So I did them a deal so the juniors, as their prize at the end of the season, rather than getting a trophy or a shirt, they each got a bowling ball.
Oh, look, I think sometimes it's more important to instead of giving the kids cash or trophies, give them something they can put back into the sport, or use something to some money for a training fund, or something they can put back in the sport and develop in the sport. I think unfortunately in Australia, I think we get caught up in prize money a lot of times, and a lot of junior tournaments people won't go to unless the prize money's there, where you want the kids competing because they enjoy competing, not because of winning money.
As much as it pains me to say that if you take up bowling for the money, I suggest you play golf, because there's not a lot of money in it, and it's a very enjoyable sport, and you can make some money to recover costs, but it's certainly to make it as a professional, it's a very difficult task.
Shot.
Oh,
it's gone across, but it's hit hard.
Yeah, Joseph's done well. He struck 2 out of the first 3 frames. And Chase opened the second frame, so it's kept it very close score-wise here. We've just got to see now an adjustment there, but he's making. So we've got Joe up here on the right. Oh no, it's just fell short. It was a relatively straightforward, but sometimes tricky spare. The 2-4 of Vogel there striking.
Some big scores over there.
Yeah, Peter Dederick and Janice Phillips are certainly putting some pressure on. Peter's 47 over a 200 pace through 6 frames, which is, with his handicap may even get him to a perfect score, 300.
I think he's been cleaned up to the 8th frame, I think, close to it.
He could bowl. But at worst, he's probably looking at a minimum of 250 to 260 game.
Be a great fisherman story. I scored more than 300.
Yep, that's it.
Pass down their grandkids in a couple of years' time.
Yeah, it's certainly takes some doing. But there, right through the crease, and it knocked them all over. But as I say, the most important thing about a lucky shot is taking advantage of it with the next one. Yes. And really capitalising if you get a good break, because sometimes you get the bad breaks, and you've got to make sure you take it to yourself. Joseph there, just a little bit to the left. Looking at a rather difficult spare, the 1, 3, 6, and 8. Might cause him a bit of angst there. The key pin here being the 8 pin. You actually need to get the ball with the ball, and then the one should hit the head pin will hit the 3 into the 6. A relatively tight margin for error on this one. It's a little bit wide, and he's only taken 2.
Rob? Yes, Rob. See you, Lamb. Good luck, Jack.
Alright, Janice opened the 8th frame in the adult section. Now we've got Chase up again. He got another good break going right through the middle and getting away with 9, leaving himself a very simple 6 pin. Hopefully his hours of training and practicing at the single pins will pay off here. It's quite often missing or making a single pin. Appears that we have an SMS listener here. It says we're not actually saying enough.
What's that?
So we have an SMS listener here. He's heckling me, saying we're not saying enough. But at least we're here. Let's leave it at that, shall we?
Very hard to commentate for 3 hours on a...
Yeah. I have to bowl with a lot of armchair experts.
Shows pushed it a bit wide.
Alright, so we've got Chase getting up here in the 6th frame. Make some inroads here actually. Joseph having a couple open frames, but Chase not without his own problems. That's a pretty good looking shot.
Will it hold?
No, he's only got half too. Leaving what is commonly referred to as the Greek Church. Commonly referred to because it's an ugly bunch of pins, and for some reason people think Greek churches seem to match that with bits of columns everywhere.
I saw an interesting thing. They say the Greek Church is harder to get than the 710.
Yeah, I've made the Greek Church on many occasions. I've never made a 710, so I disagree with that one. But
yeah, but just I saw a thing come out on the stats on it.
Yeah, it's quite possible. I've only ever made the Greek Church once without bouncing a pin out of the pit, though. I've actually made it correctly by sliding the pins across into each other. And I was showing off at a training session when I did it.
It's always good when you go showing off a bit.
Yeah, well, I actually said, I'm going to slide the 4 pin into the 9 here and it'll take them all out. You watch this. And then I got up there and proceeded to do it. Of course, I've said that 100 times before and never made it, so it's a very, very difficult shot. So Joseph here
just pushed it a bit too hard.
Probably threw that one a little bit quick. Struggling a little here. Chase only got 1 on the 5 count too, so at the moment Joseph is actually still in the lead by 30 pins, with Chase has 1 in hand. So unless he was to throw 3 strikes in a row, Joe will still lead through the first 7 frames.
It's going to be heavy too.
Yeah, that one held. That was a surprising shot there. It looked like it was draw money going to go through the front.
Possibly another Greek Church fella.
Yeah, exactly. It looked very close to the same spot, didn't it? And it's just sort of held there and taken all 10 down. So again, you just need to take advantage of that. If the lane's going to look after you, well, it'd be rude not to take advantage of it.
Looking good. Just needs to move a fraction, he does.
That's a pretty good shot by Joseph there. Just keeping it in play.
Needs to get a bit more out to the right and get a bit more angle, I think.
He's left himself an easy spare, so relatively easy. They're never easy when you've got 3 pins down there. Laura Vogel over there gave herself a nice double going into the 10th frame, but then got a 7 count. But she has a handicap of 82, and she may vault herself up into the lead here. I can't quite tell what Johnny Walker's scoring, but Joseph making his life a little difficult by missing all the 3 there. But Oh, and Laura made the spare, so gives her a possible 242 game with her handicap. Peter Dederick has shot 269 with his handicap, so he unfortunately opened the 10th frame. Anyway, back to Chase. Chase has got it out into he's got it out into the out of bounds area, and the ball will not recover from there. So it's going to tighten up a bit in the adult race, the adult graded section there. Laura with a 241 with handicap. Peter Dederick 269. That's going to make them very close together. And Janice Phillips here is looking at 246 minimum. Of course, she's left a split here, but she can convert it to be able to get herself into the 250s. And she's just taken the one, so it gets a 247. Really tightening up that race for the top 3 spots with 2 games left to play. There's Joseph. That's a really good shot.
Ooh,
Very unlucky.
Very unlucky.
Yeah, could have tripped the 4 there quite easily. Chase is certainly looking after him. Yeah, those 5 counts tend to hurt, especially when you only get one or two on the second shot. It's just not that easy out there, folks. Oh, that's a really good spare shot by Joseph. Well done.
Could be a bit of a game saver, that one, I think.
Oh, yeah. I think Joseph's in actually pretty good shape here.
That's looking a bit better, that one does. It's a nice shot.
Joseph giving himself 6 there on the spare, so Chase getting a strike in the 9th. It's going to tighten things up a little bit, but it's anyone's match here. It really is. It's going to be very close at the end of this game. Obviously, any spare you can make will certainly make a difference at the end of the day.
Oh, look, any close frame in the 10th frame would be a bit of a bonus for either one of the bowlers.
Yeah, it's been a bit tricky out there. They're not zeroed in at the moment. Lanes are playing as expected to be a little more difficult. We got the 3. 9 out. It's still a reasonable result. Giving a grand total of 225 with handicap. Put that in perspective.
Chase has got
47 on the board. Yeah, if Chase was to go spare strike, we'd be looking at what, a 237
strike out 247.
Yeah.
If my math is right this time of night.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be heavy.
Left himself an easy spare though, the 6-pin there. Apparently, the Canberrans are watching the live feed, and I'm still bowling.
Got a bit of a delay there, have we?
Oh, a very big delay. I haven't bowled for about 3 hours, 2 hours yet. I'm not sure what's going on there. We shall investigate.
Well, Chris, how are you bowling, mate? Why are you still bowling?
Yeah, I'm bowling great. Never felt better, sitting back, chilling out and throwing strikes at the same time. It's a unique position to be in. So we'll just see what's going on with the live feed here. All right, I kind of actually missed out what happened in the 10th frame there because they've already moved on to the next game. Did you see what the final results were there?
No, but I will find out. I can always go across the counter quite comfortably.
Yep, that'd be great. We'll find out exactly who led after that game and what sort of deficit we need to work on. Yeah, so it's working fine. My Canberran friend is a little bit technically challenged, and it certainly shows. What's the link there? I'll send it through so you can get the right.
just go to Wodonga Tenpin Live.
Go to.
Wodonga Tenpin and you hit on the live one.
I think you tried to access it through Facebook.
Oh, okay.
All right, sorry about that, folks. It's getting harassed by some of the folks back at home, telling me I'm still bowling whilst I'm commentating. So I'm not sure how that works. A bit of delay there, but moving
Okay,
forward.
so at the end of the last game, Joe has a 10-pin buffer over Chase. So yeah, it was 225 to 215 in the last game.
So Chase will need to win by 11. What is the result for this tie at the end of this? Is it a one-ball roll-off?
10th frame. We'll just do a 10th frame again, 3-ball roll off.
Okay, so roll the 10th frame starting from 0 in the 9th?
Yes.
Yep. So that will, in the result of an unlikely result of a tie. However, stranger things have happened and will happen. Alright, Joseph's left himself a reasonably easy spare here. Hopefully we can just keep it in the middle. See if he can extend his lead. That's a very good shot.
He's
yes,
got the spare.
Yes, he has got the spare.
I was going to stand there for a second.
She went a little late.
And the elephant behind us for like popular hens parties. Chase went a bit heavy there and just left that single pin standing there. So it should be a couple of 6-pin spare for him. He's pushed out wide. So an open there from Chase, following try and chase down Joe's 2 frames. It's always good to see after the tournament we've still got juniors going up and practicing on the lanes above us too, mate.
Wow, that is some serious commitment there. And that's what it takes to be the best.
I think
Correct attitude to have.
Alex Balbo, I think, was a little bit disappointed missing out in the final, so he's gone up there when there's been lane free, and he's trying to get some extra practice in there to try to improve. Ooh, Joe just missed that 5-pin spare. Ooh, an ugly lead there from Chase too. Went in a bit light and kind of just come up very nasty for him.
Wow, 4-5-10. You don't see that very often. Normally leaves the 2-pin with it, but that's that's very nasty. Okay, I've just checked the live feed and it seems to be working fine here. Graham, technology and you don't work very well together.
We could make a Canberra joke, but we won't do that.
Oh, feel free. I'm used to it. At least it's warmer here. So Joseph's left himself a bit of a tricky one here. Oh, I've just got to stand up for a second. And so he's just going to try and once again just get to the left hand side of the head pin, just like that. Oh, very unlucky.
Got some 6-pin action, but just not quite enough.
Just on the 6 behind, giving him 9 out.
It's always good to see a bit of power in the spare shots like that. As long as you can get the accuracy, it's good to have it.
Yeah, that's right. As long as you can remain accurate. Obviously, that's no point throwing it fast if you miss. So,
It just comes with a bit of time, a bit of practice.
but yeah, the idea of throwing it fast certainly moves the pins around and gives you a better
It's
chance.
going to be a bit narrow too, I think.
And Chase is just struggling a bit here. Just to keep nose diving and then gives it a little bit of room and it doesn't recover. Kind of what we're talking about in the last few games. He hasn't really moved too far though, which I'm finding a little surprising. I thought he might have experimented a little at the end of the first match where he had a chance to sort of had some free frames to
I
experiment.
think he's just got at the 10 pin again, like last time he left that 6 pin there, mate.
That's a skill to hit the back one and not the front one.
That's always good to see him. They've bowled a lot of games today. Like I think Chase is probably sitting on his he's bowled 5 and 4 in this finals here, or 6 in this final here now. So he's up around the 16 games for the day.
Yeah, anytime you get above 10 or 12 games in a day, it starts to take its toll on the body. And more mentally too. Like you're at the end of a very long day, you've bowled all day, and then all of a sudden you've got to produce your best results. And your
Good
best
thing all the
execution.
juniors had a long day and they've all done really well without him. There's been no real issues with the juniors today. They've competed, they've been happy, they've encouraged each other, so that's always good to see. Joe almost picked that up, so it's getting to halfway through the last game of the night. Okay, we do have Nelson here. He's actually given me a sheet with standings, but he's actually sorted them this time, Nelson. What's been going on?
Oh, well, see, I had Justin and Gail with me this time, so I had some people to help me through it. The sort function on Excel, very complicated. There's a couple of buttons you have to press.
So you couldn't,
anything more than 2, and I'm pretty well stuck.
so you couldn't work out which buttons to hit?
I have no idea, Simon.
Nelson, if I was there, you'd tell me exactly what to do, wouldn't you?
Well, that's because you're even worse than I am, Simon.
Hang on, I get it right, and you don't.
Yeah, that's because I'm there to help you.
Okay, so we go for the standings for the graded adult final. So we're sitting after the 6th game. We have Laura Vogel, who's now in number 1 position with a 351. Johnny Walker's gone down to 2nd with a 1331. And we have Peter Dedrick, who made that big move after that last game with a 269 into 3rd spot with 1327. So Trish has gone from 3rd down to 4th, and Janice has remained in 5th spot. So it's actually tightening right up there. So 50, which is 40 odd pins separates the first 5 positions there.
Yeah, very tight, and particularly for that 3rd spot. You've got a bowler on 1327, then 5 pins back to the next place. We've got 14 back then 1 pin back. And there's actually quite a considerable break in the field there. We've got like a nearly 70 pin break from the top 6.
Joe showing a nice spare shot there. Well done, Joe. Nice shot.
Good work, Joseph. It's certainly going to help. Chase is certainly doing some favours with 3 9 misses in the first 5 frames. I dare say you'll be cracking the whip on a bit of spare practice in the next few weeks. Especially if you lose by 10 pins and you've missed 3 single pins, it's not a great feeling. Hopefully you can get back in the pocket
It's going to
here.
stay a bit there, actually.
Oh, he's ringed the 10 pin there. The ball's just sat on the oil for just a fraction too long and come in what we call half pocket. Every now and then you'll get the head pin to come across and take the 10 out. But not so on that occasion. Actually, we haven't seen many messenger strikes here today.
No.
So obviously, when you get to the higher volumes of oil and lengths, the ball tends not to push them around as much. Unfortunately, with Chase, he's missed another single pin. That's really let Joseph into the game here. Joseph really just...
I think Joe should shut it out here fairly comfortably. He's got 50, 60 odd pins lead going into the last 3 frames.
Chase would have to make a big move here and just find it instantly. And if it was that easy, we'd all play golf.
And Joe's looking a bit more relaxed and
wow.
delivering the ball a bit better now, so with a bit of
That was a great shot by Joe. What weight ball was he using?
14 that one is, I think. It's
14 pound
14.
ball. It's unusual that it didn't actually knock the 5 and the 8 out at that weight. taking his time here, which is a great sign. You should always never bowl until you feel ready to bowl. One of the first rule and first things you should be taught as a bowler. That's a great looking shot. Great
Nice.
spare. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. We got one down here in lane 1. Lesson for everybody out there, don't cross the foul line. It's not good for your health.
I think we've all done it one time or another, whether we're going across a foul line or stuck somewhere on the approach.
I was stuck on the approach and ended up on my knees and ended up having to have a knee operation because of it. So it's, it happens to the, well, I won't say best of us, but it certainly happens. So Chase here, he switched back to the motive ball, which is a much better option.
You can't see.
Certainly,
You can't see. Just misses out on it.
certainly a better roll on the ball.
Don't scare me again.
Alright, but Joseph up here will shut this game out here with a strike.
Delivered nicely too.
That's a beautiful shot. Oh, he's very unlucky there.
Bad result out of that shot.
However,
nicely.
you see a good count on the spare. Chase opened that frame as well, so we're obviously Chase has now opened 6 consecutive frames, and that's a lesson for the kids out there. Is yeah, sparing is very, very important. More so than striking. I know it's all nice to have the big strike ball and work on it, but at the same time, you make sure you don't neglect your spare practice. So hopefully Chase has changed balls again. He's gone back to the gold ball, and not sure that's the right move. The grey ball did have a much better shape to it, in my opinion, and just needed to move a couple of boards.
He's gone for the spare too.
Yeah. So what are we doing on the live feed? Oh, we're up there, are we?
Yep. So that one there. So we've got this is the preview page. So we are actually live streaming the boys final, or should I say the junior final.
So still the junior final.
Joe, she's hit a nice strike there too.
And this one's pretty much over for us here, Simon. Joe's going to take out the title here. Chase is unfortunately having a bit of a shocker by his standards. Hopefully he can just finish it out here, get a bit of a strong finish.
Yeah, just finish strong. You just have a bit of a positive end to the bad game.
Yeah, that's it. And it happens to us all, unfortunately. It's been an inopportune time for it to happen, but he'll learn from it and move forward. It's good to see a young bowler like Joe get in and win an event for a guy who hasn't bowled for that long. And obviously handicap events are where you have to start out because it's a level of field.
I think it's great for any bowlers. Really, I mean, if they're not bowling at elite level or kind of semi-elite level in Australia, great events are the way to go. Whether adults, juniors, seniors, I think it's something we're lacking in Australia. There's a lot more graded events.
Yeah, I agree.
To encourage bowlers to get in their practice a bit more, and whether they want to take it a bit more seriously and represent a bit more.
Well, yeah, I've been saying for a few years now that the gulf between your league bowler and your elite bowler is getting wider and wider, just for the lack of opportunities that these bowlers have, and to spend $200 or $300 to come out to bowl an open event when realistically you average 180 or 190 in league, you're not going to be competitive. It's a lot of money to spend for what they say is experience. It's not really that good of experience either because nobody's teaching you anything. You're just bowling balls.
Yeah,
so,
I mean that's what I mean. Like when you go for those tournaments, they're not going to impart a lot of knowledge on you. You can look around and learn a bit.
Yeah, but the guys aren't going to talk to you because they're the guys take it very seriously, and girls for that matter. They're there to win.
I think it's improving in Australia now, but I think the sharing of the information is getting a lot better, which is getting better. It's great to see. I think we went through a period where I think all sports went through. The older ones who had the knowledge don't like imparting because they don't want the other ones coming through. But I think in bowling, I think we're starting to see a real big turnaround now. Coaches getting out to regional areas to help develop the sport a bit, and they're willing to talk and try. Coach as many people as they can. I mean, we've been very lucky down here with Eric Jang. He comes down and he'll spend all day with the kids, and he's getting out to Wagga, he's getting down to Melbourne, I believe, and Bendigo. So people like that who's getting out a bit more now because he's got a bit more time in his hands. Look, you can't put a dollar on that. For the sport.
And for those folks out there that don't know who Eric Jang is, Eric will be in his 70s by now, or close to it, yes.
And probably one of Australia's most distinguished coaches, I believe.
Yes, right up there. He's actually the coach of Sam Cooley, who's having current excellent success in the professional ranks. Who's just ran second in that Thailand Open I mentioned earlier. This final is concluded with Joe Elaka running away with it, 244 to Chase's 164, giving a victory by 90 pins altogether for the two games combined. Congratulations to Joe.
Okay, guys, the final junior masters have been decided. I think Joe's come out on top in the last of the game, so Chase bowled well, but just didn't have enough to get over Joe at the end. So well done, guys. Good bowling, and always good to see good spirit in bowling too.
Yeah. Okay. Well done, Joe and Chase for that matter. Great bowling by Chase to force it to a final match. Force it to a ripper charge, but Joe just proved too strong in that last game, closing quite a few frames and actually winning the game scratch.
Yes.
So that's a magnificent effort. Well done, Joe. Hopefully the first of many more, and look forward to seeing you on the lanes at competing against me at some stage. All right. As soon as I get Simon back here, we'll switch over to the graded adult final. Pretty sure we'll be bowling the step-ladder finals of the graded event will be on lanes 3 and 4 again. I'm not sure if they'll be real. I don't think they will be. So it could be interesting for the players coming down here with a lot more traffic having been bowled for this pair. So, well done, Joe.
We'll do our presentations
Tomorrow, yeah.
No. I haven't got time. No, tomorrow. You're right. What?
So we'll do the presentation tomorrow after the open final.
Yeah.
Can I borrow you for a minute, Simon? Can you flick that over to the...
Yes, yeah.
I'm not quite watching an empty lane. The 3 viewers that should turn on. But some people might look at it on a later date.
People do watch it afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. I'll have a look if we missed the last. So the finals for this will be down this end,
Yes,
3 and 4?
Yep. Put the lines back down here, so...
Will they be re-oiled today?
Yes, we're all now.
They will re-oil? Okay, there we go.
Thanks, mate. Oh, that's confidence.
Alright, so we've just had a confirmation that lanes 3 and 4 will be re-oiled prior to the step-ladder finals for the graded masters. And at the moment they have about one and a third games to go before the top 3 are decided for that final.
Go have a sleep now for a while, mate.
Laura Vogel currently leading from Johnny Walker and Peter Dederick down here in the graders final. Just having a look. Johnny Walker's having a little bit of trouble this game. Certainly lane 6 seems to be giving him a bit of a headache. We've got Laura Vogel, who's currently in the lead, having her own troubles up there actually. 77 in the 7th frame. Certainly recoverable for her. She has a 82 handicap, so certainly helps her cause there. Let's have a look how she goes on this delivery. She got 3. She missed a spare, so that really helps. Hopefully she'll be able to maintain her lead there. And Peter Dederick, who's currently in 3rd place. Can't quite see how Peter's bowling. I can see he's up on the approach, but not sure how his results are going. Actually, 88. He's currently 88 in the 7th frame, so again, not having a stellar game. Because the players are just maybe starting to get a little fatigued, and lanes are in a fair bit of transition at the moment. And, obviously, in the greater division, you have bowlers who are bowling straight with plastic balls, and you also have bowlers who are learning their craft and trying to hone their craft, learning the hook ball and creating angle to the pocket. So you end up with a wide variety of different techniques, and it can play a little bit of havoc with the lane pattern at times. But at the moment, everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. Quite a happy bunch. Trish Milligan, who's currently in 4th place, actually having a pretty good game here, so she may have actually boost herself back up a little bit into the standings here. Although a 4 count doesn't help her, but might have a scoring error there. I don't know. I actually got 5, so she opened that frame, so it may actually lead to her bowling around a 200 game with handicap. Yeah, just we're doing some lane maintenance here on lanes 3 and 4, getting the Kegel Flex machine out, which is the most advanced oiling machine on the market available for conditioning the playing surface. This is my first experience actually bowling on a pattern laid by this machine, and it seems to be extremely consistent with what it does. And that's all the players can ask for, is that you have consistency for every time that the machine passes a lane, so that the competition ends up being fair for all those involved. Let's give a shout out here to my young Padawan Nathan Shoesmith back in Canberra, just tuning in on the live feed. Always good to get a few viewers on board. All right, so far we've got. I said I'll just keep track of what's going on here. We've had Trish Milligan, who's currently in 4th place. Has finished out her game with a 200 game neat with handicap. We also have Laura Vogel, currently on 204. There seems to be some sort of bit of a scoring issue there at the moment. Well, it's knocked the pins down anyway. She's going to, she makes the spare, possible 215. If not, she'll shoot 204. We have Peter Dederick. I can't quite see his score, and Johnny Walker is currently 171.39 frames with handicap, so he has a max of a 201, so we're actually going to lose ground here to Laura, no matter what happens. Yeah, with a bit of a shout out here also to old man Shoesmith, Graham, who's struggling with the technology a little and keeps getting a feed from a few hours ago, which isn't bad because I was throwing the ball pretty good then, so he can enjoy looking at that. Alright, so we're back to the game at hand here. Just waiting for this second last game to complete. So we've got just the one game to go after this. And it's still going to be pretty tight at the top of the leaderboard. Alright, Laura Vogel's got up to spare and actually missed the spare, so she's going to bowl 204 with handicap. That's going to keep things extremely tight up at the top of the leaderboard. So I can see that Peter Dederick has bowled a 190 game with handicap in 3rd place. So Trish Milligan may actually catch up another few pins on him. It's really going to tighten it up. Trish will actually pass him here by 1 pin into 3rd place with 1 game to play. So it's certainly going to be an interesting climax to this qualifying stage here for the 3-step ladder. John Walker in 2nd place is struggling a little bit. He got a pretty good finish here in the 10th frame, where he's going to find himself actually sliding in the leaderboard a little, and may find himself actually dropping from 2nd down to about 5th place. That's how tight it is. Even with, even though he's looking at bowling in between 180 and 190 here, he's it may not be enough. Like I said, it's very tight at the moment. He's just made the first delivery. He's left himself a makeable 2-8 spare with the sleeper pin behind it. A bit tricky crossing the lane to hooking it at this one on this pattern so far.
That was so tempting.
So yeah, well, let's see if he makes the spare here. So we've got he's gone across the lane. Looks alright. Nope, it's gone too far. So he's opened the 10th there, giving him a total of 180, which probably see him down to about 5th place. So that's how easy it is, folks, to drop 3 spots on the leaderboard. Everyone else only shoots 200, you bowl 180. When it's that tight, that can be the difference. Looking forward to the big finish here. A little bit quiet at the moment. There's only one lane operating as they look to finish it out. With Helen Trotter Hall just making a spare there. She's only got the fill ball to go, and then we'll be changing lanes in preparation for the final game.
Going into the last
At
game
the moment,
almost.
I was just giving everyone an update. John Walker might have dropped there from 2nd to 5th with a 180 game. There's been a lot of very close action, and it's going to be a very tight finish for the stepladder final coming up in this last game. It's going to be very interesting to watch.
I think it's going into the final game too, I think.
Yep, there's one to go. Yep, so it's going to be extreme. It's going to be a race these last 10 frames to see who can move
It's
on. There.
always good to see Chase up now on lane 14 practicing.
Wow. I give Chase 10 out of 10 for dedication. He's just bowled 15 games and he's up throwing practice balls, trying to work out where he went wrong. Or not so much went wrong, but just trying to figure it out so you get a clearer picture in your mind of what you're trying to achieve and what may have worked. Everyone's an expert come Monday morning in hindsight, but it's good to see a guy, even though he finished bowling, he'd be disappointed in the way he bowled in that last game. He didn't shoot 100 scratch, which is he's better than that. And but that said, he's not giving up. He's out there trying to learn more, and that attitude is 90% of the success. If you continue to have a good attitude and really work at the game, you will find that success will come your way. It's very difficult to be a naturally talented bowler. It's not a natural action, and the more you practice and the more coaching you get, and
Just get an update of the score, Tosco.
the more you get practiced at it and make you learn to make adjustments and learn what you can and can't do on a bowling lane, the better you become. And yeah, his attitude is certainly in the right place. All right, we've just started the final game here of the qualifying rounds for the stepladder in the Graded Masters final. So Simon's just off getting a sheet done for us, so we'll have that to you very shortly with the results of where everybody's sitting with one game to go. Alright, so with those top six that are cleared out, a bit on the rest of the field there with a 70-pin gap was going into that last game. Like I said, we were just waiting on an updated sheet, but pretty much comes down to the top six who were actually compressed even more with that last game. So it's going to be an extremely tight run for those top six places. And that could lead to some interesting results, a little bit of pressure. But Trish Milligan started here with a very solid shot, giving herself a 9. And she's made the spare, so that's a good start. Trish only playing off a 48 handicap. Certainly giving a little bit of a start to the other girls and boys, but they've certainly got a solid technique. So can't see all of the players from where I am seated. We're behind 3 and 4 here. Just lane 3, just getting some maintenance work done to it to ensure that we have a smooth run for the stepladder finals. Like I said, the Kegel Flex machine is shortly going to recondition the lanes. For those who are interested in that sort of thing, have a look at what the machine's capable of. Feel free to pop over. I think pretty sure it's kegel.net, and they'll click on the Flex link, and it'll show you what the machine's capable of. You're talking big dollar machines here. Machine to oil a set of lanes, worth in the vicinity of $60,000 for these new machines, and they're capable of quite detailed programming and application of the oil patterns of the lane surface, and with excellent repetition. So, again, if you're interested in that sort of thing, feel free to head over there to the Kegel website. Alright, so just while waiting for the next update, for those who are interested in the Open Masters tomorrow, it'll be a 9 AM start on the lane, so the live feed will be up and running. If I was to be at the bowl by 8:30 for check-in, I believe it's the top 16 have gone through. Yes, top 16 have gone through to the finals. And it will be played on the same Tower of Pisa lane pattern that we'll be using today and was used last week in the championships. Being a pattern of moderate to maybe just above moderate difficulty. There are some scores to be had out there, but yeah, it's pretty tricky. Alright, Trish Milligan's got herself off to a really good start here in this game with a couple of 9 spares back to back. Certainly putting herself in good shape for the rest of the game. John Walker's struggling a little. Opening the first frame, only a 6 count on his start of the second frame. It's going to make life a little difficult for him if he doesn't make this spare. John playing off a 31 handicap, giving away 50 pins to some of the other players. With Laura Vogel opening up with a strike. Only a 4-3 on the second shot, so she's got 24 in the second, but playing off an 82 handicap, certainly going to assist her if she can close a few more frames. Alright, we've got Peter is up. Peter Dederick is up on what's he up on? Lane 8? Lane 7 there. Yes, he's opened that frame there, so he's only giving himself 27 in the second, which, yeah, as we were saying, is when you only got a 31 handicap, you sort of need to be on top of it, especially when those with more handicap than you are making spares. Trish Milligan making another spare there, giving a 37 through 2 frames on a spare in the third. Really putting herself in good shape and quite possibly pushing herself up towards the top of the leaderboard there. If she can continue that sort of form.
Okay, after Nelson bumbling around for a bit, we have the results going into the last game. Laura Vogel is still sitting in number 1 position, but Trish has moved up from fourth to second. And we have Pete Dederick rounding out the third position. In the 4th and 5th, we have Janice and John Walker on a tie, and we have Timmy Hoffman only 11 pins off. So between 3rd and 5th spot, we have 27 pins, the difference between the bowlers. So it should be tight this last game.
Yeah, we've only got Peter Dederick is only 17 pins ahead of 6th place, and only 6 pins in front of the tie for 4th and 5th. So it's an extremely close finish. Trish Milligan opened in the 4th frame there. Alright, so as we progress here, Laura Vogel up this time on lane 9. They got 7. So this is we wait just to see how these games progress. Janice Phillips is going quite well. She's currently in 5th place. But as we said, that's only 6 pins out of the finals. And she's actually having a reasonably good game here, opening up with spare 9, playing on 55 handicap. So she's got herself in reasonable shape to make a run at the top 3. Alright, so just beginning to condition the lanes on 3 and 4. The players will be on a fresh surface when they get going. It's very too hard to tell at the moment who's going to actually make it through, because the
Very tight. I go for water and see what the score is.
Yeah, the players are very, very close together. They're doing their best, and they're certainly performing when they need to. Trish Milligan closed the 5th frame, so she's looking at being 84 in the 5th frame. Peter Dederek has closed the 3rd frame, so yeah, he's keeping himself in reasonably good shape too. Unfortunately, Janice Phillips just missed the single pin that she was aiming at, so that's a little unfortunate for her. As I said, it's going to be an extremely tight finish, and hopefully it's a sign of things to come in the final. Our current leader, Laura Vogel, is struggling a little this game. Several open frames in a row, only giving her 41 in the 4th by looking from here. So she just needs to make a few spares, and admittedly she has a large handicap at 82, but a couple of spares wouldn't hurt her. Especially the other girls and ladies that are chasing her, and boys and guys for that matter. Certainly, if they start making a run, it can put pressure on you, and it's always best to try and get a few on the bank when you can. No worries. Alright, Simon's just gone to check out how the scores are progressing up the other end. They're a little bit far away to see the scores from here. But as I said, probably another couple of frames we'll get a really good indication of where things are heading.
So going into the last game, it's looking good for the top 3 to stay where they are, actually. Walking up the lanes, they're all very evenly matched, and Johnny at the moment is struggling a little bit, and Janice is struggling as well.
Yeah, they're very, very close though. Only 6 pins between them. It's anyone's game still. A couple of spares. Well, a couple of spares here will make the difference between who makes it and who doesn't. Trish Milligan's missed a couple of fairly easy spares in the
hands on the head.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. Missing a couple of spares when you need it. They're always a little bit harder when you've got to make the shot under pressure. But, hopefully Trish can bounce back here. She's about to get up for her now for her 7th frame. Laura Vogel, although she is struggling a little bit this game, she does have a 33 pin lead going into this last game, so it does give her a little bit of breathing space. She's currently 44 in front of 4th place, so it would take quite a beating for her to drop out completely of our step ladder. However, stranger things have happened. It's certainly not an easy assignment out there. I'm just going to quick shout out to my wife, who's decided to log on and listen to me rant on about bowling. I can sit here and talk about it all day. I have a real passion and love for the sport, and certainly like talking about it to anyone who wants to listen. All right, Trish Milligan opened another frame there in the 7th. Sort of very difficult for Trish. Sort of needs to get it back together, and compose herself here, because yeah, she's only 11 pins in front of 4th place, and she's currently in 2nd. So it's imperative that she closes a few of these frames towards the end of this game. Alright, just looking at our other players that are in contention. Peter Dederick struggling a little, 54 in the 4th, working a spare in the 5th frame. Janice Phillips she's opened the last 2 frames to be 55 in the 4th, so she's very, very similar to Peter, except that she has 21 extra handicaps, so she's actually currently like 22 in front of Peter, so that would actually put her past Peter into the step ladder. That's how close it is for the positions. It's a matter of 20 pins is going to decide it. Johnny Walker, who's currently in 4th place, is certainly not having his most stellar performance. Currently sitting at 53 in the 5th on an open frame, and only with a 31 handicap. It's certainly hurting his chances if he can't find a way to close a few frames here. All the players seem to be having a little bit of trouble coming down the stretch here. Maybe the pressure and them knowing how close it is, just having a little bit of an effect on their psyche at the moment. We just finished lanes 3 and 4 have been conditioned and are ready for play. At the conclusion of this game, we'll be cutting to the top 3 for a step ladder final, which will be the best of 2 games, including handicap. For starting with 3rd place 2nd. The winner of that will move on to play the top qualifier. Should the top qualifier lose that match, they have the right of repechage, which will allow them to proceed to bowl another 2-game match with the winner of that declared. So basically, being top qualifier gives you 2 bites at the cherry to win. Which I don't mind, because you've earned the right by leading the field. You should get some sort of advantage out of it. All right, we have Peter Dederick has made a spare, and he's got 9 on the spare, and he's made another spare, so he's closed a few frames here. He's getting himself back in there. Trish Milligan's also just closed a frame. She's currently in 2nd place. Struggling a little bit. Laura Vogel is... Hey?
How are we looking out there?
Laura Vogel's struggling this game, but with her handicap, she's got about a 33 pin lead. Yep. She should hang on to the top spot. All the other players are having their troubles. No one's really running away with it at the moment. Janice Phillips is having some issues there. And Johnny Walker was having a terrible game there, and he's actually struck the 6th frame though, so maybe he can start to turn it around. He needs to, with only a 31 handicap, he needs to have a big finish here. Probably needs to catch a double somewhere and spare the other frames to get himself back in the hunt.
A bit of a shift in this action box, this.
Yeah, it's a pretty cutthroat business when it gets to this end. And one shot can make all the difference. Trish Milligan's just delivered Trish just put down a great shot there on lane 5, and has left herself to be 7-10. Sorry, I'll take that back. 8-10. Or was it a 5-10? One of them. 5-10. It's 5-10. It's behind a pole. It makes it hard to see. Yeah. So she hit the pocket, but it's left herself a split. So that's a bit unfortunate. She made a good shot under pressure there. She's just going at the spare, and she's failed to collect any of them. So Trish is looking at 175 through 9 frames here, so maximum score of 205 available. Peter Dederick just opened the 7th frame, and Janice Phillips has actually done her chances a great deal of good. She's just trying to double. So Janice is just getting herself back in. Laura Vogel's still struggling along. Getting good count, but not closing any frames. So she's about 64 in the 7th. So if she closed a couple of frames, she would cement her place at the top. Trish Milligan has just struck the first shot on the 10th. So still alive for that. What has she got there? A possible 195? Possible 205. Hang on, I just need to wait for the machine to finish doing its graphics so I can see what the scores are. Yeah, she has a potential 157 scratch, so yeah, she'll be 205. Should she strike on this second on the field ball here? And she goes light on the Brooklyn and gets a really, really good break. Carries it, so that gets her into the 200s with handicap. So Trish was second, and that lucky carry on the Brooklyn side might be the difference between making the step ladder or not making the step ladder. Trish got a very good break there. Just clipped the head pin going left. Just
took out everything.
And wiped the rack. So as we've said, the most important thing is the next shot to take advantage of it. Just keep herself in play here. And she's got 9 there, so that's a really strong finish for Trish for 204. That might be enough to hold her into the step ladder. So Peter Dederick has a possible 224 if he strikes out, and Janice has got is sitting on a double there, 63 in the 5th, but a double in the 6th and 7th. So she's actually in pretty good shape if she can continue to close frames. And Max Milligan, who's unfortunately out of contention to make the step ladder, is having a really good game. 148 through the 7th there and a strike in the 8th. That's a very good scratch score off a 30 handicap. That's pretty impressive.
Actually throws a nice straight ball, so it doesn't matter really what oil conditions down there.
I was going to say, the lanes would not be in pristine condition at the moment after 8 games of 5 to a pair on them. That certainly chews up the front end a lot. So,
trying to see where John Walker's sitting.
Yeah, John Walker's 90 in the 7th with a 7 spare, and he's on 31 handicap. So, unfortunately for John, he's going to need a massive finish here to have any chance. He only has a possible 198 available, so he's already losing ground to Trish.
I think the top 3 will stand as it is, Bob.
Yeah, I don't think John Walker will feature in this because I don't think there's just not enough pins available for him. Peter Dederick has just left a big split right through the face as well. So he's got the best he's going to do here is 9 out. Apparently we've lost our sound. No, we haven't. It's all working.
Everyone's looking like they've lost a bit of energy out there today, so at the moment, so the Knights has got on a bit. So we'll see how they all come out for the finals for the top 3.
We've got our sound back apparently.
We've got the sound back?
Excellent. Alright, so Trish Milligan is going to maintain her position in the top 3 by the look of it. Laura Vogel's managed to throw a strike down there, so that's going to help her cause considerably to maintain that number 1 spot. She can get to 120. Well, she only needs to get about 170 with handicap, so she needs about 110. What's she? She's 70 in the 8th, so actually she will need to spare the 10th frame.
Is it Laura, is it?
Yeah, Laura. She'll need to spare the 10th frame to maintain that first place by the look of it.
And she's starting to finish off strongly. She's 176 in the 8th, carrying a spare into the 9th.
Yeah, Janice, she's really turned it on when she's needed to here.
So Janice could, I'm not sure if she can, if it's possible, if she can sneak into the top 3.
Oh, she's only 6 pins behind. They're very, very close. Third place is 15-17, and she's on 15-11. So she only has to make up 6 pins on Peter Dederick, which she will do. Peter's struggling a bit there.
Pete really needs a strike out.
Janice, is it Janice? That's correct. Or?
Yes, Janice.
Janice. She could potentially here, actually, if she was to spare and strike in the 10th frame, she could potentially take the lead. You give her a 220 game, which would certainly get her into second place, although there's no difference really between second or third. So
No.
just depends on what Laura does in the 10th. It looks like she's got 8, and she's left 8 or 9. Might be 9. No, Laura has 9, so she's left herself the 10 pin. Let's see if she can make the spare. Just watching her get in the lane here, and no, she has missed the 10 pin. Janice has made the spare, made the 1-2-4, and has actually put herself in a position to take the lead here. Laura's only bowled 180. So Janice will need, she was 44 pins behind going into this, so she will need a score of 225 to get herself into the lead. And she's currently sitting on 193 through 9 frames. So if she were to strike the first ball in the 10th, that would give her a total of 213 plus the next 2 shots. So she would need to double in the 10th. So she's got all the bowler can ask for, which is a chance. So Janice needs 2 strikes in the 10th to take the lead and give herself a chance at the record charge. If she fails to do so, then Laura Vogel will going into the step ladder final. At this stage, John Walker is not going to be able to feature, unfortunately. He can't bowl 200, so he can't make progress on the other ladies. Peter Dederick is also in a bit of a pickle there with a possible 169 scratch game, 34 handicap. Would only give him 203, so again, can't make any inroads. Although Laura did bowl only 180, but because she was leading by 33, can't make up that difference. So it's just a matter of time now to see if Laura or Janice will be top qualifier, and which would leave Trish Milligan in 3rd place, I would say. Depends on John Walker may be able to sneak into the top 3 here if he was able to strike out. Sorry, I take that back. Peter Dederick, if he can strike out, may have a chance here. Alright, what's happened here? Alright, Peter Dederick is now up on the... John Walker's left in the 10th frame, only shot 160 through the handicap. That will probably put him back into 6th place. Peter Dederick's just delivered his final deliveries, and he has struck. He's given himself a double. He's actually put himself in a position where he can make the step ladder. It wasn't his best ball, but it certainly got the job done. Peter's delivering his second ball in the 10th here, and he's left himself the big 4 by the look of it. Oh no, sorry, he's carried the 7 pin, so he's only got a 7 pin split through the face. No, I don't think Peter's going to have enough here. He may only shoot 189 here, so it will not be enough. So at this stage, it will either be Laura Vogel or Janice Phillips leading, with Trish Milligan in 3rd. Alright, the bowling alley is cleared out. Practically empty, so not a lot of atmosphere happening here now, but as we are getting on beyond, well into midnight territory for the finish of this match, a little later than we anticipated. I'll do my best to make it interesting for you. We will have the scores up on the screen, as you can see, when it comes to the finals. Janice did not double. She's gone 9 spare 7 in the 10th, giving her a 2-12 game. Well, I think the machine's... So, I believe Laura Vogel will be the top qualifier. Trish Milligan and Janice Phillips should be the other two players in this. So maybe an all-female final coming up here. Alright, so that concludes qualifying. Qualifying round of the finals here. We're just finalising the score sheets, and we'll have the top 3 announced in a couple of minutes' time. The bowls will be down on lanes 3 and 4 on a fresh oil condition. So, see how these players adapt back onto the fresh lanes. Beautiful little facility down here at Wodonga. I did come here about a decade ago and had a rather unfavourable experience. But since then, a lot of time, effort and money has been put into the place, bringing it up to modern day standards.
We're just about to go into the final series. So we need top qualifier after the 8-game roll-up was Laura. Laura Vogel was 17:35. Well done, Laura. So you'll get a game rest or a series rest.
Laura Vogel, top qualifier.
For the position of bowl against Laura will be Trish Milligan and Janice Phillips. Janice just come from behind just to pick both Peter Dedrick and Johnny Walker in the end. So those guys have a 2-game roll-up, and the winner will play Laura. As in the junior graded, if Laura loses the first series, she has the right to re-challenge. So we'll get you up going, guys.
So as expected, Laura first. She'll get this first match off, and top qualifiers right of re-challenge. And Janice and Trish will fight it out in a second versus third. 2-game best of match, including handicap.
Now, ladies, we're all warm.
So. I would suggest they throw 1 or 2 balls on each lane because it's a fresh oil pattern. It's going to be different. It's 11 o'clock and the girls don't care. They just want to get on with it. Janice had a great finish. If she'd thrown 2 strikes in the 10th, she would have actually led. She got top qualifier. Very close. So we have Trish here playing off 48, Janice off 55, so it's only a 7-pin differential between the two girls. So it's going to it'll allow almost a scratch match to occur here. Alright, so the girls are just going to go straight into it. They don't care about warming up and having a look at the lanes that are freshly oiled. And so we have Trish up here on lane number 3. Let me just change the camera view so we can actually see it. I'm not sure I'm suitably qualified to operate this thing, but we'll give it a go.
Kylie, that would have been hard to do.
No, I'm not having much success here. Broken it. Let's try again. Where's Simon when I need him?
My ass, weren't you? I can't remember I did. Not one match, but I did.
Ah, yes, the lanes. Lanes haven't been turned on yet. That'll be right. Do you want to put the lanes on for? Do you want some practice or not? No? You want to get straight into it? Can we get the lanes switched on, please? Get the lanes on for play, please. We're on practice mode. Oop. Yeah, hopefully that's correct now. We've got the feed up here. I can see the girls on it. I hope that's broadcasting along there. Have I got that set up right now?
I reckon that looks alright. Yep.
Yeah.
No, hang on up. We're going to move across to live.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
There we are. We're
Okay,
back
so
on live now. So
that's what that button does. Cool. Yeah.
the girls are straight into it. No practice. They think they're warm enough, and that's the big four.
Yeah, that is almost a dead set open frame. Don't see that made very often. Actually, I'd say if I saw that made once every couple of years.
Yes.
And normally not by the ladies, normally by the guys chucking the ball down the head
You
fair
need a
rate
bit
or
of
not.
power there. Yep.
Yeah. You can't. It's always impossible to slide it over. But Denise did the best she could there. Took the two out. And when you leave those sort of things, the percentage shot is to take as many pins as you can get easily and move on. Try to perform a miracle normally cost you pins. Alright, Trish is up here on the right lane. She's just let it go by the head pin there. Open the second frame. As we have the scores up now, probably don't need to keep you as updated. Alright, so Denise there just crossing over, leaving the 5 pin. You're probably finding the lanes are going to hook a little bit more than what they were down the other end. Even after all that play, the lane conditioner that's applied can end up down the back of the lane a little more, and it stops the balls from reacting as hard, so you don't hook it as much. Whereas on the fresh lanes, the balls tend to hold a bit more energy and then burn the energy a lot quicker on the dry part of the lane after the end of the lane pattern. For those not familiar with how a volley lane is conditioned, oil is applied to the surface of the lane, mainly to protect the lanes from damage. With the advent of modern oiling machines, the amount of oil in each part of the lane can be manipulated, and how this oil is applied and amounts applied differing across the lane can alter the playing surface and allow a lane to play easier or harder for people who have the ability to hook the ball. So in this case, we're bowling on a Kegel Challenge Series pattern with a ratio of about 3 to 1. It's a pretty difficult pattern, particularly for our graded bowlers who probably wouldn't have a lot of exposure to this kind of pattern. It's nowhere near as forgiving as, let's say, a standard league shot that you'd see in a majority of centres in Australia during the week.
The girls are fighting out quite nicely.
Yeah, and the girls are keeping it nice and close together.
Denise.
So, any idea what equipment the ladies are using here?
Denise used Game Breaker 2.
Okay,
and
Ebonite.
Yes.
An Ebonite release, yes. That's from the Ebonite International.
And then I believe
brand
Trish may be using the Freeze at the moment. I'll have to have a look.
Is that the
The original freeze, yeah.
is that the blue and yellow one?
Yes.
Is it? Okay, cool. Yeah, there's so many balls that look the same. To me, it looks like a radical Yeti.
Yes.
Or Yeti Uncaged, and they're almost exactly the same colours in the same pattern. So identifying equipment can be a bit of a challenge at times.
She's using a it looks severe delirium.
Is that a Columbia piece?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not overly familiar with the Columbia line. I haven't thrown a Columbia ball in a while.
Oh, they're probably in the market in Australia. They're actually a bit dearer than most other companies, and that's what probably hurts them.
It hurts them a little. I think the distributor here for the Storm, Rotogrip, and 900 Global brands does an excellent job of promoting his product. And
Brando gets it out to the pro shops, and he gets them into bowlers' hands, cheaply.
Yeah, he's very very proactive with getting in chasing market share, and as a result, is getting quite successful.
Yes,
he's doing very well. I deal with Brando on a regular basis, so a lovely guy. Been bowling together for about 20 years now.
Probably doesn't get out and bowl as much as what he'd like to anymore.
No, he doesn't compete on the national tour very often. But he'll compete in the Queensland events near his home up there on the Sunshine Coast.
A bit inside there.
Yeah. Jan got that one a little left of target. And I was just saying that I think the ladies might be noticing the ones that are just hooking a little bit more on the fresh.
A bit more back end.
Yeah,
cleaner back end to the moment.
It's just cleaner at the moment. That's it. It was a great shot by Trish, but it just didn't push through to knock the 5 into the 8.
I'll get into the probably second game. I'll notice a little bit more length because of a bit of push down.
Yeah, it's get a little bit tight. I think they'll get a little bit tighter.
Across.
So we have Laura sitting here waiting for the winner of this 2-game match.
Nice. Ooh, cut across.
But the winner of the next match may not win it till Sunday, so
yeah. Could be true, yes.
Could be after midnight if it goes to a repechage game. Could take quite a while. So for anyone who's actually still listening, which I think are mostly my friends and family.
They're always loyal supporters.
One of them better be my wife, or she's in big trouble.
Don't cover that in marriage vows, do they?
Then when I send her a message to say I'm doing commentary, you should listen. She'll be bored by now. She's a bit of a she was a bit of a bowler, but she's took a break for about 2 years, and she's just come back in the last few weeks, making me drill her up a couple of lighter poundage bowling balls. She enjoys it much more now. My 2 daughters have also got a couple of balls drilled up, so they're very actively bowling league now. So we're very happy. Just started last week, actually. It was their first league week, but they've been getting coaching for about a month now. They're coming along nicely.
Look, I think helps. Kind of anything to encourage juniors getting in the sport, or any bowler getting into the sport.
Well, that also gets them out, stops them playing their tablet or Xbox or whatever. It gets them out and a bit of physical activity, and they get to meet other kids. And there's a real social aspect to it as well as the physical activity.
It's going to be a good shot in the pocket, I think. Ooh. That's a nasty split there.
Graham is telling me I'm stating the obvious. No, it's only 11 o'clock, Graham. And if it does go after midnight, it will then be Sunday. All right. Janice is having a troubles here, coming down through the middle of this first game. Trish not taking
it across there.
No, Trish is wasn't taking real advantage, but those 2 spares, or spare and a strike, have certainly helped her cause.
So they've got the last 3 shots again, and the total pin.
Fantastic nice shot there by Jan.
Sound of relief.
Yeah. Janice goes wild. I'm not sure if you can hear me over the crowd, but as we said, 10 past 11 on a Saturday night. Unusual time to be bowling a finals. But a win's a win, and you got to do what you got to do. So I've been bowling tournaments. Sometimes we've been in the bowling alley after 1 a.m. due to mechanical issues and running late and amongst other things. So when you got to rock up at 8 o'clock the next morning to check in, it make it pretty tiring work. Ooh. Trish was a bit unlucky there. That just ran away from her at the last minute. Ladies are certainly getting through the game here in a hurry, so Janice can sort of take a bit of an advantage here if she can close this frame. And that double really helps her cause. Trish is going to need to at least close the 10th frame here. Or she might be giving up a bit of a lead going into the second game. It's got a hook. No. She got the 8 pin to fall out late, which makes the spare considerably easier. Had the 8 pin stood, that would have made it a much more challenging activity. So you get a choice on this one where she can hit the left or the right side of the head pin and have a good chance of making it either way. The best bet is to normally hit the left-hand side of the head pin, let the ball run down and hit all 3 pins, guaranteed to make it. Oh.
That's a lucky pin for them.
Yeah, except she wasn't bowling. Or was she? No.
Nice bet.
There's a scoring error there. Who's supposed to be bowling? Who's not supposed to be bowling? Hey, that's what I thought. It's not your. I don't think it's your go yet, is it? You're supposed to be on the right lane because you got the 2 strikes. That's what she. No, she bowled it. I thought. No, she bowled a double.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, you bowled the double, but you bowled on the wrong lane. You had to wait. You're supposed to wait for Trish to bowl.
Oh, she's on the 10th frame.
Yeah, remember you're on the same lane?
You're on the same lane. So you both bowl the 10th frame on the same side. Makes it a bit harder. It's late, we understand. We feel for you.
Come on, keep the lady.
Just want to make sure it's right. Alright. Now it's a scoring error as well. It needs to be an 8. Alright, so Trish finishes with a total of 131, giving her 179 with handicap. Thanks, sir.
Got it all sorted now?
Yep. So Janice can really take some toll here if she can strike. It's just gone a bit high. Yeah, leaving the baby split 310. Not the most enjoyable spare to aim at.
Not better than 710, but
that is true, but you look at it and you think, I should make that every time. And it just doesn't happen that way. Top players, you should make it probably 8 out of 10, maybe even 9. That's an excellent shot by Janice there. That's fantastic. And it made it could have a big bearing coming into the next game, making that spare. Get up. Wow, that actually checked a bit harder than I expected it to. So it gives her a total of 154, 209 with handicap. A lead of 30 for Janice over Trish. Ladies just struggling to come to terms with the lane condition at the moment. As we've been saying all along, it's a little bit tricky, particularly when it goes through this transition period about a game in. So. Alright, so we're in the second game here. Trish will need to win this game by 31 to take it. 30 would be a tie.
So I can get it drawn tomorrow, probably up to you Monday. We'll get there.
Trish has opened that first frame. Just struggling to find the front one.
Gonna be a pocket shot.
That's a pretty good looking shot. Yeah, great shot.
Oh, okay, no problem at all.
Fantastic shot.
We'll catch you guys in the morning.
Yeah.
See ya. Across, almost a good result out of that.
Yeah, these are a relatively easy 5-pin. So the red one 7 means it's live, does it?
So, yeah.
Okay.
That's a preview one.
Good little setup. I'm probably not going to stay for the final. I'm going to get home and get to my motel and check in. And I've already checked in kind of.
Mate, your room,
my heater's on and my TV's running apparently. Great country service when the motel calls you and you haven't even checked in yet, and gets your room sorted for you. Makes for a very pleasant trip. Save me having to leave the bowling alley too early.
Makes it always easy. You get home as late as you like now.
Yeah, that's it. Of course, I've got to be up early, so that's going to.
We'll just go heavy on the headwind there.
Oh, we've got a good break there. 7 to 4. So he seems to be pretty good with the plastic too. It seems to be seems to be a very good spare shoot. And
first strike there.
Yeah, got a bit high in the head pin, but they all went. There was some positive self-talk going on there. As this is a PG program, we won't repeat that, but yeah.
We might mute the next shot.
Yeah, that's it. Lucky the players aren't mic'd up. Good to see a bit of passion. We have a dog on the approach.
Go in the back.
Yeah, your dog is he or?
Yeah.
Okay. He's like, no, I want to go that door. He's looking at you. Good shot, Janice. Yeah, she's made another spare, so just applying constant pressure here. Trish just tripping a little bit high there, leaving the 6-10. Both ladies seem to be showing the slight effects of the late hour.
Yes.
After
Good
8
lethargy.
games, it's a big day. I'm not sure if they bowled earlier today or not, but
No, neither one did. So they've come in late, but it's been a late night now.
yeah, it's certainly getting into a late hour. But as we said, a win's a win, and that's important. Got to shut those sort of things out.
We were about an hour staying late, so they had probably about an hour and a half sitting around the bowl where they weren't doing anything. So that always.
Yeah, it wears you down a little. It's a bit... so Janice can think about punching her ticket to the final here. That's got a bit of a handy lead up already, and with the 30 from the first game, certainly if we had the 30, it should be 153. 3 to 4 frames. Plus working a strike. Give her a lead of about 65. On the side screen there, watching one of the best left-handers to ever pick up a bowling ball. Just see it in the live feed. And possibly will be one of the best left-handers to ever pick up a bowling ball.
New generation of left-handers.
Yes, that's it. Just for Svensson, very unique way of delivering a bowling ball. Highly effective. Anyway, back to the game at hand. Trish is in a bit of trouble here. Needs to find something and find it in a hurry. And he's got that one way left up her hand. She's left them together though, so it's quite a makeable spare.
Balls are starting to hit a bit heavy and a bit light.
Yeah, we should
say a bit heavy and the pin falls very light.
Yeah, we're starting to see the transition in the lane surface, in the lane pattern. Still quite playable. Great shot. That's a very good spare by Janice, and that solidifies her position in this match.
Chopped it again.
Yeah, Trish just sent it a little wide. She'll always be calling for mercy here in a minute. Unfortunately, it's going to be a bit of a landslide.
That's a good shot.
Shot fantastic.
Ooh, didn't quite carry it.
And Janice, they're calling the pins by name rather than number. Trisha just appears to be going through the motions now. She realises that she's not going to be able to progress further through this match. And Janice makes it spare.
Yep, nice spare there.
Alright, on that note,
I'll catch you tomorrow morning early.
Unfortunately, I have to ditch your country, so that's enough for tonight. I'll see you in the morning for 8:30 check.
8:30 check-in for 9 o'clock start. Whenever you cook it. What time's breakfast? Whenever you cook it. Eat before you come.
I say 2 words. You're quite rude. Like breakfast.
Don't look at me, I've nothing to do with it this time.
We should put maybe a bit of a delay on the live streaming. A quick editing delay.
Well done, Mum.
Bacon and eggs for sure.
We have a bucket of chips tomorrow. That's what we're having for breakfast. Don't go back in. Half hour. Don't stress. Yeah. The crowd's a bit dead here at the moment. Everyone's kind of half asleep.
She's ready for breakfast.
Diesel.
Laura ought to be on breakfast. That'll save you a bit of time.
Dry. Fresh.
And then your ass guys.
Nice
job, Can you also
Pushed it across the head pin and gets a great result out of it.
National bedtime. Shopping yet? No way.
And we're just going to the last frame now. Now Janice will move on to the finals with Laura. So we'll have a couple minutes warm up with Laura and then we'll get into the game.
No.
Sorry.
No, that's not your fault.
Not a big job, Mama.
He's right
No,
It's after the bowling ball.
it's not your fault.
It was a slippery.
No, it's in the office.
No, don't worry, Dad. Sorry.
Hands in the bowling setup, so what the hell?
Janice finished off with a spare and
What were you
one
saying?
more ball to come. She should finish off with a 200 pin real score. And finished with a 9 count for a 202 score. Well done, ladies.
Well done, Trish.
So Laura's just going to have a couple of minutes practice, and then we'll get into the final of the Graded Masters. You ready to go?
Oh, well, girls.
What'd you say?
So we're all ready.
Nice 9-pin stout.
I'm going to put my bowl away.
Thursday, whenever. Oh yeah.
See you tomorrow. We probably won't see you in the morning. See you, Jones.
It's over.
with your own bag.
Actually, just leave it out. Take it home. Save doing it later.
What dropped? Nice go. Oh, shit. No favour. That's right.
Come on, old girl, get up. Yeah, it's on. Good, how are you? Oh, not much, just finishing off. Jane,
Don't want to go. Oh, yes, seriously. Yes. Miss my drum roll.
Oh, you down.
Not sure. Right, a bit tight. Depends on who wins. Flora wins it's nice. If Denise wins, it goes to the judges. Come on, go, don't you?
All right, Alan. Thursday night. Yeah, you will. So you're evening tomorrow? Yeah. We've only got one event tomorrow, so.
Thank you very much. Well done. Catch you later, guys.
See you later.
You will have fun, won't you?
Anyway. Well, I can't say the kids are just playing. Do you know how hard that conversation and they'll play through. We're going to make sure they're on the road, please.
ISO, your Wi-Fi. Yeah. That's powers nice actually. Might go to another game.
Oh, good spec.
Hey, donuts. Trade rate them all. Didn't
Bowlers out of there.
you? The donuts.
They're not donuts, they're macaroons, you dick.
No, the donuts. You traded what the other day.
I threw them in the bin.
Did you get these one? No. Very nice. So this is the second hand. This is what I've got 29 pins. Jeez, could leave it into going into.
Oh.
Next need to get 15 for it. Next needs 15. Mate, no, come back, get this wire connected, mate. This is game, mate. Okay. You could have sped it up, Janice. I'm getting paid by the hour here.
And who's paying you, mate?
Diesel. I think that's it.
It's going to be very close. What a great Saturday night out, eh? Not. What did I do all Saturday night? Oh, bowl. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I shouldn't have looked at Stoner.
Okay, guys, we do have a winner. Laura got up.
Well done, ladies.
I know, shit, dog.
I didn't hear what he said, sorry.
We don't listen to Simon either.
No one ever listens to me.
I did. I come second again.
Well done. You tried to do it the hard way this year.
I know.
There was no way I was going to re-challenge you, Janice.
David, take me home, please.
Thank you, Rose.